All right, welcome everyone. I think we're live. Let me just verify because I still see a send live on my screen. Do we need a little bit more or are we good to go?
We're live.
Okay, great. Sorry for that. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight for our regular board meeting. And we have a lot to go through. So we're going to go ahead and get started with roll call and then we'll move forward. And just before we start, we want to once again celebrate that our teachers and our students are all back in learning mode and the school year is off to a great start. So there'll be lots to talk about tonight on that. So here we go. Roll call. I am Christine Chu.
Francine Weiss.
Erica Marie.
Oops, Carolyn Watson, get the thing off. Okay.
Sarah Saracen.
And Ivan Duran.
Great, thank you. And now, Jen, may I ask you to go ahead and lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Jen. That takes us to the approval of the agenda. And I think we have a couple of things that I want to call to attention. First, I would like to propose that we put a short item under board business to talk about how the board and the district are going to support voting for Election Day and how we want to just make sure that we are supporting that experience overall for all of our students and families and staff. So we're going to include that. I'd like to propose that we include that as item 8.2, right in between current 8.1 and 8.2 on our agenda. Oh, do I have the wrong number, Jen? Should I refresh again? I'm refreshing to make sure I'm proposing it in the right spot. All right, so as item, yes, between 8.1 and 8.2, I'd like to insert that. So any?
I support the motion.
Thank you. All right, so I don't think we have to vote on it. We just need consensus. So as long as there's no one opposed, we'll go ahead and add that in there. Thanks, Seema. Yeah, Seema is actually the one who called this to attention to make sure that we weren't letting go of that, since it's such a significant day for all of our families and staff and so forth in our country. So that's one piece. And second thing is, I think we've got an item that's going to get called out from the consent agenda, but we can do that when we get down to it. Are there any other changes to the agenda that we need to approve or call out? Okay, then the agenda as amended we'll proceed with, and if someone can just remind me when we get to item 8 to make sure I don't forget the new item. That brings us down to the consent agenda, and I'll start with our superintendent, who has something that he wants to address in that space first.
Yes, all right, thank you, Dr. Chu, appreciate that. Yeah, I do want to bring an item that's listed under 2.4 under some absences and separations, and one of the items underneath our classified HR board report list a layoff from our graduate success supervisor, and I just wanted to call that out, that although it was a layoff, that comes from a lot of the work that we were doing last year to really rethink what our graduate success program needs to look like and to repurpose, some of the work that we were trying to do. So in this situation, we did identify that there was a greater need to have more of a social work support in this area. So unfortunately, when we do some of this repurposing, we have to cut the positions and they look like a layoff, but we did allocate that into a 1.0 for social worker support that will be identified at another time. I just wanted to call that out because it really does pop on here, knowing that we've invested so much time, effort, energy in our graduate success program, and it's something that we're still deeply committed to, but unfortunately we didn't phrase in the same way based on the way that we reported it today. Just want to make sure and call that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. That's very helpful. Board members, are there any other items that folks wanted to call out or ask questions about from the consent agenda?
Yeah. Whoops. I'm glad that he mentioned that because I was going to ask that. But I was also going to ask, I saw that there were more layoffs and resignations that are effective the last day of August than there had been on, I went back and checked the 2 previous years. And I'm wondering, is there some story behind the resignations of classified staff? Or is it just a blip? I mean, like.
Dr. Duran, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, actually, I'll have Jeff Thomas answer that one in comparison to last year. I think I'll be able to have that information. Jeff, are you on?
I am. Thank you. We actually agree that there appears to be a blip. We're not sure yet if it's the combination of factors, but it's a greater number of resignations that we've had this year than the past couple of years. The other part is we do have employees that have made different decisions and left the district. Some of those have anticipated that they potentially may be laid off. So I think your observation is very accurate.
Okay, but we don't have like a reason that we know for sure. They might anticipate they're being laid off. I guess I looked at it and I thought it might be something to do with COVID.
We believe that's part of it as well. We know a lot of employees have a high level of anxiety about coming back to the workplace.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Carolyn. Are there any other board directors who have questions? Francine?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note that we in 2.7, so those are for information only. We're not voting on them per se, and my understanding is that they may be a little bit in flux. There's some areas that are still being adjusted or corrected, and so I just wanted to call that out, and that hopefully we'll get the updated versions when they are available.
All right, thank you. Yes, I think that what we'll find is, if for the most part the MOUs come in, and then my understanding is that as we kind of work through things, if there's any ambiguities or or issues that seem inconsistent or with expectations, that folks work those out and work through that, and there's an approved there's a process in place that's a natural thing that happens. Is that correct, Dr. Duran?
Sorry, I had to find the mute button again. So yes, that is correct.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
So that's that one. And then the other thing that's worth calling out is, once again, we've got folks from our community making donations that sustain us. And I just want to, there's been a habit of the board trying to recently call more attention to the fact that our community has been supporting us throughout this COVID process, but they've always supported us. And you can see that here, that both COVID type things, we've got the Sci Foundation making a 1,000 mask donation to the school district. And secondly, there's an individual making a donation of a cello and a case. So there's something very valuable about the fact that folks are always looking out for the schools community from our larger community, and we appreciate that. So that all said, anyone have a motion? Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
I second.
Thanks. All right. Now, anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda, please speak. Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda, please speak. Okay, consider the consent agenda approved, and we will move on to our public comments. All right, so I'm going to read the statement, and then I am going to ask Jen to read our selection of comments. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions, and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or an other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following the receipt of comments. I'd just like to say thank you. We really appreciate being able to hear from our community. We get messages from our general community, we get them from teachers, we get them from students, and we get them from community partners, and we are grateful for every one of them. So thank you for sending those. And Jen, could you please share the greatest selection that we can of the comments that were received for today's meeting? And as Jen is getting this ready, I'll just note that Jen is our board coordinator, and so she is our front line for making sure that all of these are seen and recognized. Thanks, Jen.
And I'm just going to do my best to read these. Read all of them. I think we might have time for most of them. So this one reads, BSD board. I'm writing to see about the possibility of the BSD K-5 teachers recording their daily remote learning sessions. I work full-time. My child, 8 years, 2nd grade, has to go to a child care facility. This facility has over 100 children and cannot be available for each individual student during the entire remote session. I'm afraid my student will get lost to the BSD system and may not get logged into her remote sessions on a daily basis and not get counted on for attendance. My 8-year-old can log into her laptop but has trouble navigating her teacher's lessons when the teacher bounces from screens to chat mode and takes breaks. The teacher my child has cannot navigate technology at all. My child is already lost trying to figure out what she is teaching. When the school went to full online at the end of last year because she was in childcare, she had only one official day that she could meet with her teacher and interact with her classmates because I had a weekday off. The biggest downside of full remote learning is not having a way to view the daily remote sessions, especially for students with parents who have to work full-time and are not able to hire a nanny to stay at home with the children. Please consider the recording of remote sessions or a way that each teacher publishes their curriculum for each day and the BSD online courses, plus an alternative way that your daily attendance is recorded, especially when, as a working parent, school days are actually all day on our off days, i.e. Saturday and Sunday. Thank you for your time, Vicki. Dear esteemed, from Paul Sutton, dear esteemed Bellevue School District School Board members, for decades, educational researchers and scholars have repeatedly demonstrated the racial and socioeconomic inequity and equality constitute the most serious moral and ethical threats to the public school system. The American public school system has routinely failed to serve non-white, non-middle class students, in particular Black and brown students and students living in poverty. This is not a point of debate or contention. It is historical, demonstrable, and empirical fact. In June 2019, the Bellevue School District School Board passed the far-reaching equity and accountability policy, and although there's still a tremendous amount of work to be done to make it tangible for students and families, this policy was both groundbreaking and courageous. It represents exactly the kind of work every school district should be working on right now and for years to come. I'm a parent of 2 district students and have been a member of the Equity Advisory Group for the past 2 years. I was a high school English teacher in the district for 8 years in the early 2000s, and since that time, when I taught in the district, the dominant conversation has shifted dramatically. Back then, conversations about race and inequity was rare, if not entirely non-existent. It was assumed immutable fact that white and Asian students would be more successful in district schools than Black and brown students, and there is very little candid discussion about why. I have the privilege of living with the current BSD high school educator and have overheard myriad teams conversations over the past 6 months. The exception in the district, at least from what I've heard, is that every educator every day thinks about ways their practices either exacerbate or alleviate existing inequities that impact students of color, students living in poverty, students who are learning English, students who don't identify as gender typical, and students with disabilities. This has resulted in myriad meaningful changes to school policies, including school-wide grading practices, discipline and classroom management routines and practices necessary, curricular reform and redesign, and pedagogical practices. Educators are engaged in ongoing discussions about how institutional racism and white supremacist policies impact students of color. Many are leveraging that knowledge to redesign their classroom practice. these changes matter. Educational research shows myriad ways these changes can positively impact the extent to which historically marginalized students feel socially, emotionally, and intellectually valued members of the school community. They are necessary and should be encouraged and furthered by the school board. I'm going to move on to the next one. Make sure that we get through them all. Dear BSD School Board, I share the school district sentiment that there is no substitute for in-person learning, and I would like to understand how the district is transitioning to the hybrid model, which the majority of BSD families selected as their primary choice for the fall 2020 school year. There are 4 weeks remaining until the end of the initial 6-week remote learning period, and I would like to know what measures are being taken and considered to enable the hybrid learning model. From the BSD website, there is no substitute for in-person learning. It provides essential connections for our students with both educators and peers. As such, getting to in-person learning as quickly and safely as possible is a priority for our school district. At this point, we plan to continuously monitor COVID-19 key indicators for King County COVID-19 dashboards. We are setting up the temporary remote learning so that we can seamlessly transition to remote learning, keeping students in their same classroom cohorts with the same educators. Please define the key indicators and the minimum requirements related to King County COVID-19 dashboards to enable the hybrid learning model for high schools. Please define what seamlessly transition means in regards to steps and timing to enable hybrid learning models for high schools. For example, what is the detailed plan? Who is accountable for meeting the requirements of the plan? How can families follow the progress of the plan, etc.? Our family and high school students are quite eager to return to some semblance of an in-person learning. This is even the case considering our students is in a high-risk population as defined during this pandemic. Mental and social wellness are critical for adolescents to thrive, and the remote learning model falls far short of meeting whole person needs for developing adolescents. Thank you for your time, transparency, and answers to my questions. Sharman Jayo. This one is from 3 different people, and there's 3 separate statements from Megan McConaughey, Joyce Heyman, and Alicia Brender. Thank you to the board for giving us the opportunity to speak with you on the issues at hand and to shed some light on what is currently happening to the early learning department within the Bellevue School District. My name is Megan McConaughey, and I'm a supervisor with the early learning department. I represent our leadership team and the 200+ employees we have. We have joined you here today to make the board and superintendent aware of how the child care crisis nationwide is affecting our community and what we would like to see done to change what has unraveled. The petition has been circulating around the community, over 200 signatures showing support, stating concerns, and urging the superintendent to come up with a real plan to bring our preschool program back. This is much needed help that will support our communities and young children that deserve a quality early learning experience and bring stability for both staff and students to flourish in. Our district's mission to serve each and every student academically, socially, and emotionally through a rigorous and relevant education that is innovative and individualized. As a learning community that values one another's humanity, we provide courageous support for an equitable and exceptional education for all students. We are not able to serve our population that is in desperate need due to early learning programs around the entire city facing massive closures. We are currently serving a fraction of what we are capable of, and we think we can do more for our community. Many of our kids will have nowhere else to go. Our department strives to empower, prepare, and guide our earliest students for the rest of their educational journey. Preschool provides a safe space for students to engage in a multitude of experiences to develop their physical, social, cognitive, and language skills that will have a purposeful influence on how they perceive and interweave themselves into the world. Our goal is to prepare students for their kindergarten year by working closely with the elementary students to ensure we have parallel goals and the pertinent skills to be successful in kindergarten. School readiness, social experiences, self-help skills, language and communication competence, self-expression. All of these help to shape our children to be successful later in life, and they all learn these by being exposed to a preschool atmosphere. Our department strives to ensure our students are beyond ready for kindergarten, and we are proud to aim for the high BSD standards the district has. And I'm just going to hop down to just a different topic, and I'll come back to those other statements if we have time, Mike. From Melinda, she says, "Thank you, great first day of school. Dear board directors, I want to congratulate our district staff and teachers on an amazing first day of school. Everything was organized and thoughtful. Although I know there were some hiccups with getting everyone's schedules complete on time, The overall execution was amazing. Allowing our students and teachers to spend some time getting to know each other before jumping into the academics has made the stress levels in my house so much more manageable in this difficult time. I'm very thankful that I live in a district that is taking the health and safety of our community seriously. I'm confident that the plans for reopening the buildings will be as I believe that's going to be thorough, organized, and safe as the plans for our remote start. Thank you, Melinda Elliott. Can I just check time? The remaining 3 comments are similar topics to others.
I think that we have 1 minute left, so.
Okay. Well, I'll run down here to the comment from Monica Webster with the topic equity and accountability. Dear Bellevue School Board members, as the academic year continues to unfold, our students, teachers, parents, and community continue to face unprecedented challenges. Like other school districts across the nation, the pandemic has had a significant impact on the lives of our students and families and promoted the need for our district to be innovative, abruptly tasked with creating an online learning model that is reflective of the remarkable work our educators provide to our students in person every year. My family and I are incredibly proud of the job they have done. Furthermore, a renewed movement for racial equity and social justice has engulfed our nation and the globe. In June of 2019, the school board passed a policy to assist in the process of addressing racial and social inequities that have plagued our school district. Although the equity and accountability policy may not have been perfect, it marked a significant milestone of accomplishment that BSD students, parents, and community members of color have long awaited. It is more imperative now that we recognize the support and the significant and valiant effort in implementing the procedures that our school district led by Dr. Duran have begun to make all of our students' learning experience one that they can reflect on with a sense of pride and appreciation. Our students of color, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jen, and thank you to all of our commenters. Again, the comments will be posted and all have already been or will be read by all of the board members. So we really appreciate people taking time to share about these topics. And just of note, a couple of the topics raised will be part of tonight's meeting. So in our back to school planning, you'll hear quite a bit about the plan to move from one phase of reopening to the next. So how do we get from this remote learning we're in to getting more kids on site and so forth? That'll be included there. And then another topic that was raised is about our equity and accountability policy, and we have the report on that we discussed tonight. So all of that will come together, and so these were very, very topical comments, and we appreciate the time folks took to share them with us. So now we will move. Sorry, I've got the wrong screen here. We're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is our welcome to new administrators. So let's join me here in welcoming them. And Dr. Duran, are you going to introduce, or will they each speak for themselves right from the start?
I'm going to hand it over to Alexa Ullman, who is all set, ready to do the introductions. And I think they're all going to turn their screens on so that we can see their wonderful faces. But I will just quickly say that it's been an honor to, interview and go through the process for each one of them. I know them all because Eva and I do final interviews for, assistant principal and above and directors in our district to ensure that we have, really great people coming in. And I'm just super excited by our group of educators that we're able to introduce tonight. Alexa?
All right, thank you, Dr. Duran, and good evening, Board of Directors. Good evening, administrators. It is my pleasure to introduce our new administrative team, new to administration in the Bellevue School District this evening. They will each introduce themselves, stating their name, their school and position, as well as a little bit about their history and what brings them to Bellevue School District. So I am going to start with our first new assistant principal at Interlake High School, Dr. Wilnick Gideon.
Hey, hello everyone. My name is Dr. Wilnick Gideon. I'm a proud assistant principal at Interlake High School. I previously served as an assistant principal for 4 years at Santa Lucia's Community High School, a large comprehensive high school and Title I high school in West Palm Beach, Florida. I am passionate about serving the students, educators, and the community of Bellevue. I'm someone who is first generation Haitian American, someone who grew up in poverty, yet I succeeded because I had educators that supported me during my years in school and encouraged me to be in the path that I am in now. And because of that, I want to continuously pay it forward to support my amazing teachers at Interlake and encourage my students and serve the community of Bellevue.
Thank you very much, Wilnick. Next, we have Kim Kuistra.
Hello, I'm Kim Kuistra. I'm a new assistant principal at Sammamish High School. I've spent 19 years in education. I've served most recently in Bainbridge Island as a dean of students, an instructional coach, a multilingual learner facilitator, an advanced learner facilitator, and an English teacher at Bainbridge High School. Prior to that, I taught middle school English and social studies in California at the middle school I attended and Virginia. I'm excited to be here in the Bellevue School District because of the great focus on instruction and equity. It speaks to my core values of family, compassion, and equity. I'm looking forward to a great year.
Thank you, Kim. And next we have Drew Thomas.
Hi everyone, I'm Drew Thomas. Like Kim, I'm also a new assistant principal with Sammamish High School. I am a hometown girl. I grew up here on the east side, but spent the last 5 years of my career in Los Angeles working for LA Unified. I have a gen ed credential as well as a special ed credential, but primarily spent most of my time working in special education roles in LA, specifically in the classroom as a teacher in social emotional learning programs, and then at the district level as a coordinator and program specialist roles. I'm really excited to be back here and back home. I'm really happy to be a part of the Sammamish team and especially the BSD team. In fact, my mom graduated from Interlake High School. I won't tell you when. But Dr. Gideon, I promise you she's going to be in totem colors. Thank you.
Thank you, Drew. Next, we have Pacomius Schmidt. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. Hi, my name is Pacomius Schmidt, and I am I'm the new assistant principal at Chinook Middle School. I'm very excited to be a Kodiak. Before working at Chinook, I worked at Stevenson last year, where I did my administrative internship, and at Somerset before that. Prior to that, I worked in Federal Way, working in middle schools, and then also working internationally in both Seoul and Shanghai. I am really excited to continue my work in Bellevue, especially the values work that we've started, and continue to work on the strategic plan and bring our families and students into the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Pacomius. Next, we have Estella Wiegand. You're on mute, Stella.
I can start again and quickly. My name is Estella Wiegand. Hello, everyone. I'm the new AP at Sherwood Forest, and I joined my children. They're both there. I am in lucky year 13 of education. Most of my teaching career was done in dual and ELL programs. Most recently for Bellevue, I was a secondary curriculum developer. So I feel like I have, I've seen the gamut, right, from pre-K to 12, and it gives me a very different and complete picture, I feel now. This last month has been amazing at Sherwood, and I'm excited for our staff and our kids and all the wonderful work that we've done so far. So we're off to a good start, and we want to keep pushing forward.
Thank you, Stella. Next, we have Corinne Bowen.
Hi, this is Corinne Bowen, and I am the new Director of Counseling. Prior to this, I was at International School as the high school counselor in February of 2020, just right before the school closure. And then prior to that, I was in California as a secondary counselor for 18.5 years. I'm really excited and happy to be at the Bellevue School District serving our students and our staff for the goal of supporting our students' well-being and their mental health. And so just really excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we have Stephanie Matthias.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Matthias, and I'm the new assistant principal at Wilburton Elementary. Previously, before that, I also taught at Stevenson Elementary, go Superstars. And I had the privilege to work as a second grade teacher and also a kindergarten co-teacher, and working with dual students. Prior to working at Bellevue School Districts, I served in the Peace Corps and was an instructional coach in North Macedonia. And I worked with students from kindergarten to 8th grade. It is such an honor to work in Bellevue and now lead in Bellevue and continue our work with equity and making sure all of our students are receiving what they need, especially being a leader of color. That's something that aligns with my values, and making sure our kids are getting what they need and disrupting the system so that all of our students are successful and having those learning opportunities. Thank you.
So thank you very much, each of you, for introducing yourselves, and thank you, Board of Directors, for helping me welcome our newest administrators to Bellevue School District.
All right, thanks, Alexa, and thanks to the team. Really appreciate that you came out tonight to introduce yourselves to us. I'm sorry that we're not in person, so we can come and say hello, but hello and welcome. Thank you so much. I know that as a parent, I've already received communication from Mr. Gideon and giving clear instructions for how our kids are to get their materials. So glad to have you all on board and hope that you're settling into the new school year well. Thank you so much for coming out. So that's going to take us down to the update on the back to school and where we're at. And there's a lot to cover in this, so we may end up bleeding some time over on this item. We'll just check in with the board about that as we go. I do want to note that in this first day of school, return to school report, that if there's time at the end, we'll also have John Harrison present to us the policies that we will need to make some suspension on, but we'll go ahead and do the official suspending and resolution for that at the next board meeting. But this will just be a chance for you to see what's necessary, but only if time allowing. So with that in mind, I'd like to congratulate the district on a first, getting off to the start of the first day of school and the first week and a half, really. So it's going to be good to hear about how that went, Dr. Duran.
Wonderful, thank you, Dr. Chu. And I just love meeting all the new administrators, just exciting to see them and great to have them part of our team. So again, thanks for the opportunity to be able to do that. It's a tradition we have here, which I think is just wonderful. So yeah, we're going to be sharing with you our return to school kind of work where we are with that sim right now. I think you all know that we normally will do the, what's the first day like, and we have, pictures and talk about all the different things, be able to go visit classrooms. And this year was the most unique year that I've ever been part of, as an educator and as a leader. It was so different for us because, we just weren't able to do the things that we normally were able to do. And as you know, some of our safety protocols even are very clear that we don't want visitors, going to the buildings right now, so that we ensure that we keep our students and our educators and staff safe during this time. So, I was the only one that was able to go out and about, to do some visits, and did it very carefully and made sure to follow all the physical distancing guidelines. But I just want to say, I started the day at transportation, and that's been one of my traditions since I've started here in the district, to go and take a whole bunch of snacks to our drivers and the staff over there, just to thank them for all the work that they do. And, it was just a really odd thing to do this time because there was very few people in the building. Some of our mechanics and garage staff were on board. There was literally 3 routes being run that day, and I think the most iconic image I think of that morning was looking over to see all of our buses, still in the transportation lot. I did have the opportunity to visit our booth sites, and was really just grateful to see, the wonderful work that we're doing to provide some childcare for, our families and our students. And, I think the highlights from that time was, one, to seeing all of our students, in very, safe environments, knowing that we can do it in the numbers that are smaller, and we can do it safely. I think the thing that I reflected on the most was, all the students, having devices, with our youngest students having the iPads that we provided them to this year, to our 3rd through 5th grade students having laptops. We still had a few students that needed some headphones, but I was excited to see a few of our students who literally had their laptops or their iPad ready to go and just waiting for the clock to get to 9 o'clock so that school could start. They were so excited. And then I also was able to see a number of our students who were already engaged in their classrooms and talking with the other students and our educators. And I just want to say, I think our educators did a really beautiful job in that first day to really make those connections. And know, we had some bumps with some schedules at the secondary level, but overall, I was deeply impressed by what I was able to see for that first day. So I really believe that we are off to a great start. I really think that we are, really, doing our best is to be persistent in the work that we're trying to do. We've had this commitment to excellence, in our district for a very long time. And although this looks very different right now, we are still committed to excellence, and we are seeing some really amazing things happen, within our school right now. So I'm going to hand it off to Eva, who will continue sharing a little bit more around some of our work return to school. Eva?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Next slide, please. In our planning, as you know, we have implementation teams that we had implemented over the summer, and we are now pivoting to plan for return in hybrid when conditions allow. And so these are the three key questions that are guiding our planning. So first of all, what is the quality experience we are trying to achieve? And this goes for our students, staff, and families, really, and community. So what is that quality experience that all of this work is leading toward? And then how will we know we are successful? So what will that success look like? What data will we gather? And what will it tell us about how successful we've been in providing that quality experience that we're striving for? And then finally, how will we know when and what we need to change? And this is really a part of our continuous improvement of taking all of that data we're collecting and determining what are the highest priorities and what are things within our control that we can quickly act on and change in our plans. So hopefully you keep those in mind as we go through our planning, not just for this presentation that we're doing now, but also for our annual plan and other updates that we're going to give you. Next slide, please. This is just a visual of, put my glasses on. This is just a visual of our return to school planning and pivot to hybrid and how we're going through these cycles of improvement. And so you'll see in September, here we are, and we are connecting with students and families and working to engage each and every student. You heard from some of the feedback that you heard from parents that, thank you for not just launching right into the academics, but taking a moment with kids to build some connections and build that relationship. And so that really was our goal for the first couple days of school. And hopefully that is what our families are experiencing. We'll know more when we gather feedback. We're also heavily into assessing. We know there's been some learning loss. We absolutely know that has happened over the spring and the summer, and we need to know what that is so that we can act upon that. So we are heavily into assessing not only academics, but social emotional learning. And we have some new assessment tools, I think, that we've talked with you about. You'll see them in our annual plan that we're trying out this year, and that we actually tried them out over the summer, and that we're implementing this year to be able to assess in the remote. And then we're going to move into October into engaging, into November, where we'll be tracking and monitoring, and into December, where we'll study and adjust. It really is a cycle of improvement. Some of them will be shorter cycles, and some of them are more long-term cycles, as you'll see in our annual plan and our other plans that we have for return to school. Next slide, please. Melissa.
Okay. Good evening, board, and thanks for the opportunity to talk about some of the work that we've been doing over the last week and a half. This is just our framework for progress monitoring, and it started really last spring with the commitments that we've made to our community, our students, and our staff. Since then, we've been putting measures in place and collecting evidence and data regarding what we're doing and how it's impacting families and what type of experience they are having as we started school. And then it really needs to be balanced against the timeline that Eva just showed you. So being only about a week and a half into school, starting our second full week of school, we don't yet have evidence regarding the level of learning that's going on and the social emotional progress that kids are making and that type of thing. But as we work through this school year, more and more of that data will become available. Next slide. So this is the data that we have now. And really, we had a very strong start to the school year. We made 4 different areas of commitment. The first being educate each and every student. And so one of the things that we did in late August was give out all the technology. We've distributed 95% of that. We are now analyzing really who has not picked up their technology. We're delivering devices to families, and we're also looking at the feedback that we're getting via tickets and people coming to our help centers, so that we understand what is the quality of the experience they're having with the technology that we have distributed. The other thing that we've been monitoring very closely is enrollment. Enrollment is down really throughout the state. We are 2% below our projections or budget, but districts all around us are down anywhere from the maximum I've seen is 10%. And then there's a few that are a little bit less than we are, but 2% is pretty low in comparison to other districts. This has an impact to us of about $3.6 million right now. I expect us to continue to pick up kids between now and the October 1st count date. One of the things that we believe is changing, we've heard rumor, is that OSPI is going to allow us to count students that are not living in the Bellevue community. So they had a previous rule that said basically we couldn't count anybody who wasn't living within our community unless they had transfer documents from other districts. Now they're making an adjustment that basically says that as long as the student was here last year and the student is planning to come back to the district, if they are temporarily living in another area, they can still be enrolled in our district and be counted in our enrollment. So that is really great news for our families who are in different parts of the world and the country right now. So we're excited to be able to welcome them into our community. We, as you know, we spent a couple of weeks in August redoing schedules and looking at staff, teachers, educators who could come back in an in-person model and those that needed to stay remote due to health considerations, either for themselves or family members or others. And students and families who were under the same scenario, whether they wanted to stay virtual or wanted to come back in person. We separated those groups and did our scheduling so that we could move to an in-person model without having to reshuffle all of our classrooms. And so now where we're sitting, we're finalizing that. We needed to add teachers in some cases. For example, at the high school level, we approved adding 6.5 FTE. So we're in the midst of finally settling that down. We expect to have all of our schedule changes completed by the end of this week. All of the additional CERT staff on board and that learning starting. And so we're looking forward to having everything calmed down and ready to go so that when we're ready to transition into more in-person learning, we can do that without having to shuffle either students or teachers between classrooms. Next slide. And then we've also been monitoring attendance. You know, we're taking attendance a little differently this year because we are not in person. Usually we take attendance by like visually seeing who's there and inputting that into Synergy, and we usually do our counts by physically seeing who is in the seats in the school, which gives us a little bit of time to get our systems set up and aligned. Well, this year everything's coming in through Synergy, and so if a teacher does not take attendance, then those students didn't show up on that day. Now we've been doing a net gain, so they are in our enrollment counts now, but it could cause our attendance numbers to look a little bit low in comparison. And they are a little bit low for the first week and a half, especially at the high school and middle school levels, which are 4 percentage points below at high school and the same at middle school. And it is really a drop in our Black and Latinx students. So we've been working with the schools to follow up on students and where they're at, reaching out to them individually, placing phone calls and that type of thing. And so the schools will be doing that on a regular basis. They will be getting this data on a weekly basis or even a daily basis so that they can look at it, see who's engaging, see who's not engaging, and reach out to those students and those families to understand what the issues are and to help them resolve those to get the kids engaged in learning and as part of their daily routine. Next slide. Oh, you didn't get the update. Did you go ahead and skip all the way through? Yeah.
Yeah, Melissa, I think it's the wrong version of the PowerPoint, so I think your one graphic's going to be off.
They didn't get it up. I can.
Maybe you can share your screen and pull up where you are from.
Actually, I think that Jen might have updated the deck, so we might be able to have Mike put the newer one up. Jen, do we have the updated deck online?
I'm having issues to try to get the deck. Like it's not letting me access the deck to pull it out and share it. So
Melissa, go ahead and just share your screen. That'll work. Mike, if you can let Melissa share her screen, she can put up the version 2.
Yeah, happy to.
Yeah, you should be on slide 9.
Am I up?
Not yet.
Okay, hold on.
We see you.
Sorry for this.
We also could just skip through those slides and get to the one with the blocks.
The block. We need the new version because we changed it.
Am I up now?
There you go.
You are.
Thank you.
Good job.
Okay, let me do it from current slide. There we go. Does that help? Everybody can see the slides? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So this is the, so we put together a plan for returning in person, and this is a series of blocks that I kind of just want to walk through a little bit so that as COVID rates have been dropping recently, we want to be prepared to bring students and teachers and staff members back into our buildings. However, we want to go in stages, we want to go slow, we want to look at the results that we're having and making adjustments, and we want to continue to have a strong start for our kids. And so I just kind of want to walk through these various blocks or stages and how we will move between them. So, you know, last spring we started out.
So you need to go to the next slide, I think. You're still on the attendance engagement slide.
Okay, it's showing a different screen, I think. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm bouncing between screens here. Hold on.
It's okay. So it's just the next slide.
Yeah, I just put it up into. All right, I'll just do it here.
It's there now.
I know I tried to do show online and it's showing on a different screen of mine, but anyway, we'll just work from here. So we started out in full remote with no one in any of our buildings, and that was based on the order of the governor. It was basically while we did the healthy home or stay home, stay healthy move. And so that's where we were last spring. And as we transitioned into this fall, we've moved to block 2, where we have some very specific in-person services available around special education, emerging language learners, and childcare and preschool. And now that our rates are dropping below the 75 cases per 100,000 over 14 days, we're looking at moving into block 3. Now, these are on the left-hand side here are the decision model that was given to us by the State Department of Health. And right now in King County, we're down between 60 and 65 cases per 100,000 over the next 14 days, over the previous 14 days. And we've seen a consistent downward trend there. But we need to look at other things that are going on as well beyond just that single number. For example, in the past, we've always seen a spike or a jump after a 3-day weekend or a holiday weekend, and we just had Labor Day. And so we could be seeing that spike now in the next couple of weeks. So we just want to make sure that we're looking at the big picture and going slow to be able to go fast as we move to the future. One of the things that we are looking at to take into consideration as we move forward is really how many people are going to be interacting with each other on a daily basis. And so as you look at block 3, where it's pre-K through 2nd grade, we're really looking at modeling that after childcare, where now we have 10 or fewer kids in a specific room. Under this scenario, we'd have 16 to 18 students in a room with a teacher. That would be the cohort. There would not be a lot of commingling between those groups. And so that would kind of be the group that would stay together in somewhat of isolation from others, so that even when they're at lunch or at recess, that would be their core group that they would stay with. And so then as you moved into stage 4, the number of people that a teacher would interact with would increase, because in that hybrid model for grades 3 through 5, you would have 2 groups of students. So you'd have one group coming half the week and a second group coming half the week. So the students would only be interacting with the same 16 to 18, but the teacher would be interacting with 2 groups of students. So it'd be around 35 students each week. And so what we want to do before we just move from stage 3 to stage 5 is make sure that our protocols are in place, that they're continuing to reduce risk of exposure for people, and that then we would be ready to welcome our 3rd through 5th graders into the building. As we move up then, looking at middle school and high school, as you know, with a 7-period day and multiple groups, that the numbers of interactions would be greater. And so that is why in the decision model, they have less than 25 cases per 100,000 over 14 days. And so we will continue to monitor that and look at that as we move forward. One of the things that we want to do as we move into block 5 is really have the kids start only 1 day per week, so that we can make sure that our protocols and practices that we put in place are working and are solid before then we have kids in our building on every single day during the week. And so the goal is to, again, go in these stages, take it slow, look at our results, make sure our people are trained, and make whatever adjustments are necessary as we continue to move forward through the cycles. So right now we're at block 2, and we are looking at transitioning to block 3. One of the things that's really important as we look to move forward is how prepared are we in our buildings? And so, you know, we used a lot of best practices from around the world. We looked at many other districts and what they were putting in place. And we utilized also Harvard University's School of Public Health's information that they put out there about just healthy school buildings, you know, in classrooms, in the habits that we have, with the distances that we keep, procedures, and even the culture that we have in our building around making sure that people stay home when they're sick, respecting physical boundaries of others, and those types of things. And so these are all things that we designed in our previous implementation teams, that we've taken before the steering committee, that we had back in place over the summer, and that we are ready to implement in our buildings. And so we've started implementing them in our buildings via a principal handbook and a building reopening checklist that really lists everything that needs to be in place. So the principal handbook has been given to all of the building administrators to look through, go through, and it really highlights for them the changes that need to be made in order to reduce risks in their buildings. And then the checklist is really what we're using to make sure that all of those changes are put in place as we move forward and get closer to having in-person education opportunities for our students on a large scale. Eva, commitment number 3.
Thank you, Melissa. So earlier I was talking about how we're, Melissa, you might need to mute. So, okay, thank you. Earlier I was talking about how we're using data to determine, well, what's working and what's not working and how can we improve. And part of the data will come to us through these feedback loops and stakeholder engagement. And so we have a plan for that, and Naomi and Calvo and Michael May and Shamari Jones are leading this effort. And what we're doing is having multiple ways that we're gathering feedback. So the first way is through, think of it sort of as a universal sweep of gathering feedback that we've seen some other districts utilize, and it's called Thought Exchange. So we're trying it out to see if this works well for us. And Thought Exchange was launched today, and we immediately started getting feedback. And they're like little Post-it notes that people post, and they can put a like on each other's or react to each other's post. And then we collect that data and we theme it and see what are the top things that people are saying to us that we need to be paying attention to. So instead of it being a scripted rate this, rate that we would ask, it's more open-ended. And so that's one way we'll be doing that. If it goes well, we'll be doing that monthly, October, November, and January. We're doing that thought exchange with students, staff, and families. Then we're also working on these pulse check surveys. So what we'll be doing is we will be getting a random sampling of students that represent a diverse population of our students, staff, and parents. And we will be asking them if they wouldn't mind giving us feedback on certain items every week for 6 weeks, so that we can see if we're improving on the things that we needed to improve on. So it will be like a control group of folks who will give us continuous feedback on certain items every week. We likely couldn't survey everybody every week. That would be survey fatigue, but this group we will use for 6 weeks. And then if that process goes well, we will repeat it with another random group of people. And then we have focus groups, and focus groups are more in-person contact with, it can be groups of people. It can be, for example, PTSA Council could be a focus group. We could do focus group activities and get feedback from them. We can also do focus group activities with students or with groups with families. And we can also do focus group with staff. And so we do have a number of ways that we plan to do focus group outreach and get feedback from both groups of people and even individuals. So these are all of the ways that we're seeking feedback from our stakeholders. Next slide, please.
So the last of the 4th commitment areas is really about meeting essential needs for families. And I want to just point out a couple of things. The first is right before school started, the USDA changed the waivers that they're allowing us to have as we entered the school year, which basically allowed us to implement a program that is very similar to what we had last spring, where we can distribute meals on a much broader basis than we were able to do prior to getting these waivers. The second thing that happened is the state basically put in a new funding mechanism for transportation, where they will provide funding for us to bring education to students rather than bringing students to education. As a result of both of those changes, it is really allowing us to broaden our meal distribution. So we started with 7 sites for the first full week of school, and now we are expanding this week to 19 additional sites, including some of the other childcare organizations around the area like Boys and Girls Club. So we're excited to see what that will do in terms of increasing the number of families that are accessing meals through the school district. We've also been putting in place childcare and preschool, and we've expanded the Family Connection Center's critical role, having them be open all summer and then continuing to support that role. And we're looking at ways to further increase their staff to continue outreach to families and support to families. And with that, I am going to turn this over to Dr. Duran to wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Eva. Yeah, and so I think as we think about our roadmap and what to expect next, we know we have in our every board meeting we do plan on giving information and updates to our board and our community, so we keep everybody informed. But at the next board meeting, October 6th, we'll be able to provide the feedback that we received in the first round, and really be able to share more around what has been working, what hasn't been working, and then we will be able to share the hybrid plan in detail with a projected start date by then, because we'll know some of the latest information from our health department and state departments to be able to help us guide that. And then as we continue to move throughout this time frame, we'll be doing both reporting on our annual plan and our work around hybrid and how that's going. And we'll just again be closely monitoring the health data that be coming in. And you can see the other dates around how we'll be able to continually keep giving feedback and giving you all information around the work that we're doing, as well as what we're learning from our community and our stakeholders. Next slide. And finally, the last piece in here is just like, what we need, I think, as we continue to think about what it is, I think our work with our legislators and legislation this year is going to be really important. Just thinking about, transportation. I was on a state call today, and the enrollment declines across our states, are pretty dramatic. And in some of the other slides that you will see that we put in the appendix, you can see some of the other local districts around just to see what that impact is. And so we know that's going to have some big impact for us. We still don't know exactly what the final amount of resources we'll receive from the federal government. So, getting that information is going to be important, and we'll see how the state decides to allocate those resources. We will continue to assess the impact of COVID-19 via the annual plan or return to school plan. And then finally, I feel all of us, just the board, our community, our district staff, our families, we all just really need to continue to be ambassadors, public health, to really keep emphasizing, we are still in a pandemic, and we are still, closely monitoring cases, and, we need to all just be doing our part to ensure that we are, driving the numbers down and the cases down, so that we can all be better, prepared, so we can bring our students back, when it is appropriate. But thank everybody for their team, again, just or for their time and their work, and just to again emphasize that, this is not about perfection. This is really about persistence, and what we are trying to do for all of our students. And these pictures just bring so much joy to me, and I know to all of us, as we look and see the amazing and different experiences that our students are having. But we are really doing our best to be persistent and ensure that that quality and excellence that we are all used to in our community continues. So that's all we have right now, Dr. Chu, so we can move to questions or comments or wonderings from the board.
All right, thank you, team. Great to have the full update there of what's going on. I would like to ask the board and just do a time check. I think we might have some deeper questions in this segment, but we're at the end of the time that we allocated. We can take some time to continue to ask some questions here, and then reduce time later in the meeting or extend the meeting. It's currently scheduled to end around 7:30, so we could push it out. How much time would you like? I would propose that we take 20 to 30 minutes to ask some questions about this space, if we have any, but I don't know what your questions are like. So board members, can you just chime in?
I think 30 minutes makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, Francine and Erica, does that sound okay?
Yes, sorry, I put mine in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Francine? Okay, great. So let's plan on 30 minutes to ask some questions about this, and we'll figure out how to recover that time or not as we go. Thanks, guys. Who would like to start us out with questions? Francine, your mic is off. Do you want to start? Or on,
sure. Okay, so thanks for the overview, and I appreciate having the guiding questions up there. And so overall, trying to see which one to start with. I appreciate that there's going to be an effort at communication and gathering input, so that cycle to determine with the guiding questions, how are we doing, and how and when will we know we need to make changes. So aside from the pivoting to hybrid with the thought exchange, could you go over if there is a way of knowing who is participating, which really is a way of saying, are we able to say who is not participating in something like the thought exchange, and ensuring that we are meeting the needs of those students and families who may not use that particular way of providing feedback.
I'll try to answer that question, though I haven't been trained on the thought exchange. And I did ask the question, is this something that we can disaggregate by subgroup? And the answer was no, that this is one of the cons of this program, which is why we hadn't used it in the past. We can disaggregate it by grade and by school, but we cannot by, unless we can ask people, we can ask them their demographic, but what I understand is that that has not been very reliable. In other words, people don't tend to answer those questions, or we haven't been successful with that in the past. And so, no, that's why we have multiple ways that we want to reach out to people, because we're assuming that we're just going to get some really generalized feedback in this like broad swath of asking for information. And that's why we want to go to families and students who typically haven't had agency and reached out to us, for example, or who typically haven't responded to even surveys where we could disaggregate. So we already know that, and we want to do specific outreach in that way. But that is one of the downside of thought exchange. It's not like connected to our system where we could just easily disaggregate by subgroup. So thank you for that question.
Okay. And then just to follow up on some of the data that I guess was now moved into an appendix, so we didn't go over it, but in terms of the concerns about how students are able to access remote learning. So initially we had seen some data that showed a precipitous drop off in participation on the second day, especially for our lower elementary students. Mm-hmm. And in the data that's now provided, that either seems to have, it's changed, it's no longer the same. So was there something with how the data was collected previously, and or what measures were put in place just generally to address the drop off in attendance? And it wasn't just elementary, it was pretty much across the board. And so yes, just concerns there that people made this great effort the first day and then weren't able to sustain it.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for that question. The first data that we had kindergarten included in there, and so we needed to pull that out because it had the kindergartners that were registered, but obviously they didn't attend, and so that was forcing those overall numbers to be lower, and so that was one of the things that we updated on it. We are continually monitoring attendance. There is a drop off for the Wednesday of week 2, where it started on Tuesday and then went to Wednesday, and there's a pretty significant drop off. So we know that we need to do some work with respect to what is expected on Wednesday, what does Wednesday look like, and get some common understanding around Wednesday. And so we started working on that this week, meeting with BEA and others to get a more solid foundation out there for Wednesday mornings and what that should look like. So that was where the significant drop off was. But I will say that Scott Powers and Jason Golick are working with our building administrators so that they can look at data, attendance data and engagement data on a daily basis, and to be able then to reach out to families and to students to follow up with them on attendance and their engagement. Ivan, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll just add on to that because when I sent some of the initial data to the board, it was I had some of the similar concerns around what was going on with that data. Why was there such a big drop from Thursday to Friday? And so we've spent a lot of time with our technology team to really understand the data that we can collect in Microsoft Teams and Office 365. And so we are now going to be able to use the systems to be able to send out a report to our schools on a daily basis. It'll go on the morning so that we gather all the latest information for the previous day. And then as Melissa said, we're going to have one person every school really just be the champion of that to really make sure that we are following up with our students and our families to find out what's happening. And we're treating this almost, probably the best way to describe it is almost like a case management kind of situation, so that we can determine, are there issues still around technology access? Is a student, disengaged? What's happening with them, and really try to differentiate for our students and our families as best as possible. So we will have that rolled out in our secondary schools first, and then we will have a plan very similar for our elementary schools. But I think that's going to give us some really good data and really change. This is a good example of something we learned from the spring that we're actually able to improve and get better this time. And I think it's going to help our students and families.
So Christine, I have a couple more questions, but I'll let the other board members go. I'll just say the categories. One's kind of around class size. One is just about the experience students are having, especially SEL experience and opportunity to discuss issues that are maybe on their minds just with COVID, with social issues that are going on in our country, things like that, how we are addressing those. And then the third area is I just have more questions about the pivot to bringing students back into the school. But I'll let someone else go. I'm just saying those are categories. So if other people have specific questions in those areas, then they might get answered.
Terrific. So let's go ahead and go around, and then we'll go from there. Seema, it looks like you're ready to ask a question, so chime in.
Sure. So I think it's going to be 4 buckets. First, I actually just wanted to comment and say thank you. It was great to meet the new administrators. Really nice. It would have been really great to meet you all in person, but I'm grateful that we could hear from each of you. And in some ways, there's an opportunity to, in some ways, hear better by video. So it was just really nice to see everybody. So thank you for that introduction. I wanted to just comment quickly on the thought exchange survey because you guys mentioned it. I tried it today, and for what it's worth, I thought there is something quite appealing. I realize it's a niche group that is tethered to their phone. I seem to be part of that group that will, immediately respond because they see something and they can't resist the urge to participate. I guess I'm in that bucket. The only thing I will just say is you may want to factor in that maybe some of the rating of those statements may be a little bit off for the first round of this, because I made a comment and then it came back to me to rate it, and I rated it as a 1 out of 5, and I was like, oh, I clearly didn't understand the SAR star system well. So I'm just saying there's going to be a little bit of ramp probably with using it, but I actually thought that there was a very interesting interplay between being able to give your comment and then also see what other people are talking about in real time, and then almost have an assessment of where you might be standing with other people. So I found the experience an interesting one for what that data point is worth. I did want to ask on the school safety and the essentially looking to actualize our hybrid plan when it's allowed. I'd like to understand a bit about, I guess from a staff and teacher perspective, what do we understand about what it means to be an elementary versus a middle school versus a high school teacher in terms of, I guess I would say, your overall risks for COVID. And I caveat that because I think early on in the pandemic, I would have thought that the hardest group might be the youngest kids, because they would be smearing their mucus everywhere and not inclined to wear a mask. I'm now wondering if that's actually not true, and it's maybe more likely the high school students who might put teachers at risk. So I was just wondering if someone could speak to that. And then I think my final question is, so the first 2 really were comments, but the 2 questions really are around that safety piece. And then the other one is on the social emotional learning. I continue to want to see if there's any way we can, before the weather doesn't allow it, or even when it does get cold, we have some outdoor spaces. Is there any way we can creatively bring kids in a very small and therefore safe place, but able to just bring them maybe once a month together in a class, just to literally be able to see each other and to meet each other in person, all distanced, but with a teacher too, because I think there's a value just to that. And I pin that to the notion of how excited I saw kids this year just to be able to go and pick up their laptop, because that act of being able to go to school felt fun for many of them. So I just wonder if that has an element we could learn from.
So I'll address the first one in terms of younger kids, older kids. So it is a smaller group of kids for the younger kids is my first statement. And so the interaction would be with a limited number of kids and the same kids. The second thing is, you know, people are getting used to wearing masks. So the younger kids even are getting used to wearing masks now. So I would have agreed with you at the beginning of summer or in the middle of summer, but it's pretty amazing how adaptable the kids have been to wearing masks for the younger kids, because a lot of the families have them wearing masks on a regular basis when they go out. The third thing is the older kids seem to be the ones that are engaging with each other more in social framing. So there's a lot of different dynamics going on out there around all of this. And I just think we need to continue to monitor and work with King County Public Health on who is testing positive at what age groups, just to make sure that we're firmly aware of that piece of it. So interesting question. I think we should follow up with King County Health.
Are we getting any like different reactions based on grades taught in terms of willingness to concerns about teaching or not?
You know, we just met with BEA this morning to kind of go over the plan and what we are looking at. And so we've just started those discussions. So we haven't entered, but I do think the reason why you see it being less than 25 cases per 100,000 for the older kids is just because of the number of people they would and the teachers would be coming in contact with on a regular basis, right? And so it needs to be at a much lower infection rate when we get there. To your second question, you know, we have been talking about how do we get kids back in even in small groups, and so we don't have an answer for that yet, but it has definitely been on our list of things to talk through and how do we make that happen. So
yeah, and I can add a little bit to that also, that we actually had a conversation about it yesterday about what the possibilities could be even for some assessments or some work to be done. But right now where we are is that, you know, we have 3 of our buildings that are open up for our staff to go to, because again, what we're really trying to make sure that we have in place is really good systems for the contact tracing. And so that's something that, you know, we're definitely going to consider, but we definitely want to be able to get to that same place also. And so I think as we start to move more into the hybrid model, we'll be able to create more and more of those spaces. But some of the things that are under consideration also is that, you know, with the limited number of our buildings being open, when we do open up, like a good example is like Wilburton next door to the district building has a great outdoor space that has a cover on it where we probably could bring group together. But if we're going to do that, then we have to get the right staff in place. We have to make sure we have the tables out there, and again, just have a really clean process for that. So it's definitely something that we are working on, and you know, hope to be able to do in the future.
Before we go on to more staff answers, Seema, I do want to really quickly call out some information from talking with the health department that I think is important for all of us to have and share. And that is that the health department has emphasized that community spread is one thing that we're worried about, but the conditions of how we come together are really, really imperative. So like the 6-foot distancing and the masking are just not trivial factors. And in fact, we had before school started, when we just had some staff in place, we had a potential exposure scenario in one of our schools. And from that exposure, you know, we actually didn't even have any contacts that were considered actual contacts because the staff was so carefully respecting the protocols. So I think that Melissa's cautions about like rolling this out slowly so that we establish all the protocols so that we get everyone used to it is going to be going to be critical, and it's interesting to explore some of these outside ideas or gathering ideas in that light. But we are seeing success from the multiple pronged approach that our district is taking. And I know that in the diagrams that were shared today, there was a small footnote. I don't know if folks noticed, but there is one factor about community spread, but the other factors that allow us to come back together and congregate in increasingly sized groups are the idea that contact tracing and testing and so forth is in place. And we've already tested that out in our system. So we have some of it in place. I'm not sure we have it to scale yet, and that there are health systems in place. So I think all of this stuff has to get timed with all that. But I did want to point out that the infrastructure behind it is a big deal. It's part of what the health department has emphasized to us, and it is something that our district has been actively building out. So I just wanted to call that to attention. And now I think there's a second question that Seema had, or have all your questions been addressed?
I think I'm good. I think I want to let other people ask their questions. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Seema. Erica or Carolyn, is one of you ready?
Sure, I can.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
No? Yes? Okay. So just to kind of follow up a little bit on what Seema said, I will tell you just from my experience, our younger kids are good at wearing masks and don't complain about it and keep them on all day. And it's just kind of a fact of life. I would have been surprised. I was surprised, but they are resilient, our children. Anyway, so back to questions. Regarding the attendance, I was wondering if you had that data broken down by virtual versus hybrid, currently in temporary remote, or if it's universal. I would be interested to see if there's a difference between the two groups. Part of that relates to class size, just because the virtual class sizes are a lot bigger than the hybrid model, which I understand because the hybrid model will be in a classroom physically and a virtual model will not. So I do understand that. But I'm wondering if there's a factor related to, if you have that data broken out, I'd be interested to see it, because I do wonder how the large class sizes, looking at this like virtual elementary school, some 6 classes with 29 or higher, it just seems very unwieldy for an online school. So I'm wondering if you have any information on that.
Yeah, so let me comment on both the sizes and the attendance. I don't, but we can get it. So we can follow up and get that data and run that for you. So the class sizes at elementary, middle, and high school, we are working on getting those resolved right now. So they will get resolved in terms of the number that are in both. Like there's some elementary hybrid classes that are larger that need to be, that are being knocked down. So this data is from last week. And even this week, we're getting teachers into the system to have these classes be smaller. So the numbers will be different as we look at them even towards the end of this week, just so you're aware, both at the elementary, middle, and high school level as we modify schedules and that type of thing. But I will get attendance data and engagement data for you by hybrid versus virtual.
My other questions have been addressed already, so I will let Carolyn go.
Thanks, Erica. Carolyn?
Yeah, hi. So I have, seems like 8 questions. Some of them have partially addressed, so I won't do all 8. But I was wondering some more about what Seema was raising about the safety of the kids. And I was wondering if our staff or possibly the Department of Health might have looked at some of these things that model the risk within a classroom, where they've come out of like Duke University, and I think University of California, San Francisco has one. They're models that are done, I guess, on the university level, but you input like how many students are in the classroom and what's the square footage and how tall the ceilings and how many faculty members and how many times does the class meet and what's the background rate in the community, and you can get some, maybe it's just wrong, but you can get some idea of risk. So I thought maybe somebody's done that. Maybe the union did that. It was to sort of get some feeling about, you know, is this risky? Because when I saw that slide about when we go to the way up the hybrid scale there, and we have teachers seeing 180 people a week, that frightens me. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to really assess. Oh, sorry, I could just turn my video on. You know, a way to assess that with some kind of assumptions and some kind of rigor rather than just a feeling. So that was one thing about the safety. And then also the class size. I couldn't help noticing some of those like 65 in the high school model, you know, on the supplementary charts. And I'm wondering what kind of classes those are, and maybe there's some kind of specialist class where that can work, or I'm also wondering just how is it going for teachers and students in the larger classrooms at the moment?
So, so let me address a couple of those. So we are adding teachers. So for those large class sizes, literally you add 0.2 teacher and it cuts it in half. Okay, so you add an extra period 5 days a week. And so we're adding really almost 7 FTE to the high school, which will cut a lot of those classes down. However, there are classes that always tend to be larger. Band classes will tend to be larger. Your PE classes tend to be larger. So one of those very large classes is walking for fitness. So having a larger class there would not be as impactful, say, as having a physics class, but one of them is a marketing class, and so it definitely needs to be cut in half, and so that's one of the 0.2 teachers that we'll be adding to reduce that basically in half.
Okay, I thought the answer was going to be something like that it would be one of those specialists. So I'm glad you're working on that. Another question that I had is, well, I still have that question about modeling what the risk is and if the Department of Health has done it or something. But another one is, you know, in terms of each and every, what about I'm aware that there may be some high school students that just don't really have a place to do their work that's conducive. They might have the hotspot or whatever, but they, you know, as the crisis is getting deeper around rent and people not being able to pay their rent, and people might be doubling up, families might be doubling up, there might be couch surfing, there might be living in homeless shelters, or and so it came to my attention that in Seattle they are opening, like working with partners and opening spaces in community centers for those kind of high school kids that don't have like a stable desk to actually do their work at. And I'm wondering, do we have any sense of how many students in our district might be affected in a situation like that, and any sense of what we could do to help them if you know, to the ones that exist?
Yeah, we don't have data. I don't have data off the top of my head for the students that are McKinney-Vento and that type of thing. Our plan has always been to have a space for some of our secondary kids to be able to come and work. We're going to start that with kids who have incompletes from last semester and get them into school, and we've been targeting Sammamish High School to support that because it's very available on a bus line. And then so we just haven't gotten that fully in place yet, but I know that Patty's team has been working on identifying students and getting them in place, and we can get you information on McKinney-Vento students.
That's great. And the students experiencing homelessness are on our priority list to come in person, for sure. You know, and to have a space to come and work. So similar to the in-person for students with IEPs and students for whom English isn't their first language, those are our kids on our priority list to bring in.
That's great to hear, because I had heard about the thing in Seattle got some press, you know, that they were doing that. How are we tracking the IEP minutes for the kids? Since you mentioned IEPs, like how do we know that the IEP kids are making progress? And is that going okay?
I think it's going okay. Let's bring on Heather Edlin to answer your question.
Hi.
No, the IEP minutes.
No, I'm glad you asked this question. So we will be starting to bring in some students with IEPs starting next Monday, and we will be serving them according to their IEPs. making a continuous learning plan or doing an alternative plan is no longer allowable. So we won't have any more continuous learning plans for the fall. Rather, we're required to teach to the IEP. Instruction is both, the method of instruction is not something that's included in an IEP, and the method of instruction according to OSPI is either in-person or remote, synchronous or asynchronous, same as we had for Gen Ed. Those all count as instructional minutes towards the IEP, just like they count for instructional minutes towards Gen Ed as well. So that's how we're covering those and looking to continue to increase and meeting students' needs over time. With respect to like looking at gaps and identifying where we need to serve specific students, we are doing a progress monitoring for every student. Essentially reestablishing a baseline. We're using their January 2020 semester progress monitoring. We're measuring every student in their goal, in every goal during the month of September, and identifying if they've regressed and what sort of services we may need to provide or instruction we need to provide to students. And we'll be meeting with families during the first semester, or the first quarter rather, so by November 9th, to discuss with them the results of those for the kids. And that's coming out in our week. We have a weekly special education specific communication, and the piece about this particular topic is this week's chunk. So just know that's coming out.
I'm taking notes furiously.
Yeah, it's coming out Thursday, Carolyn. So there'll be a synopsis of this that comes out in our special education communication on Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Carolyn, thank you for those questions. I'm going to go ahead and pop on with an additional question for Heather Edlin, just to build on what you asked, because one of the things that I know has been a major concern for our families has been those children with special needs and on different plans. That they're getting the attention. I love to hear all of the components of that plan and the assessment and the check-ins. I'm wondering, between the September assessments and the November check-ins, how in October will we know if the kids are having a quality experience that's actually meeting their needs? What's your progress monitoring plan, and how will we know?
Yeah, that's a great question, Christine. So we are required to continue to progress monitor the students just as we were before. So every student has an assessment plan as part of their IEP. It says how often we're required to check in on their goals and what the progress monitoring measure is for that goal. And so we'll be implementing the progress monitoring plan as written in each student's IEP. It could be, so that'll be across the whole year. September, we're taking those baselines, but then October, November, so on and so forth, we'll be following the assessment plan per each student's IEP.
And when you do that assessment, will there be any additional communication home to, or any way to, you know, I'm losing my vocabulary, but when you triangulate, I guess, when you try to get data points from different spaces to compare that to what the child is experiencing, will that be synced with the survey results or with some kind of sync with their parents, or is there anything that helps us triangulate that experience?
Yeah, so part of the reason why we're having the meetings with each family is to also get the family perspective, and we do have a form we're going to ask parents to provide some input on. Part of our implementation team this summer did include parents, and they had a kind of basic piece of information, basic kind of, I guess, survey that we could ask parents. There was a real I guess, I don't want to say consideration for, I guess, making sure that parents didn't feel like they didn't do something they were supposed to have done if we ask for them for too much information, for families who may not have had the capacity to be sitting with their student all day long every day, right? So trying to be sensitive to all families, and also to get the information from families who did have the opportunity to collect a lot of information about their child's experience. So that is going to go home as the opportunity for families to provide some input about that along the time. And then the students, according to their IEP plans, they do have communication of that progress monitoring goal that's in their IEP.
Can you say something about 504s and how they're being rolled out? And then I'll ask a totally different question. I just want to round out the special needs.
Yeah, yes, so I can say that too. So with respect to 504 plans, we went through and we did an analysis of all the students who have 504 plans, and we identified the most common types of accommodations that students have. There's a variety of them. They are extended time, breaking down assignments into multiple pieces, those kinds of things. And then we provided information on how to do those in the remote setting, because nearly all of them can be achieved remotely. So the method of implementation changes in the remote environment, but the accommodation still exists for that child. And so we've been working with all of our counselors to ensure that they can support our teachers. We also have some information that's gone directly out. So we're continuing to work through how we support that. And I think we're trying to be really careful. We don't want to remove any services from kids or supports or accommodations, either in an IEP or a 504 that a student needs when they're not in remote, right? So, and that's the whole, I think, premise of not having a separate plan right now, is to like really look at, are there additions that would need to happen for the remote environment, or how do we implement what you're already entitled to in the remote environment?
And is there an active thing that's happening to roll that out? Like you said, you've created all these, like how to roll it out in this environment.
Yeah.
But like, how do the kids know that it's been initiated?
Yeah, sorry, that's a good question. So, we had a subgroup that worked on the 504 accommodations, and so they have an implementation and professional development plan for implementing the pieces on the accommodations and modifications, both that happen in IEPs and 504. So that small subgroup had it. The first trainings have actually already occurred with our counselors, and then those are incorporated as part of our professional development plans moving forward.
Seema, I think you had a clarifying question on special needs work as well that you want to add.
And if it's not answerable right here, maybe it's something we can follow up on. But I have been wondering, and it kind of cuts across some different questions I've seen implied in parents' emails as to special ed. How do we navigate, or what kind of, I guess, strategies or do our teachers employ for students who are struggling with attention issues when you just have fewer inputs except the parents to help them? So I'll just leave it there. But that feels like a big challenge. It feels like a big challenge for all students to have this one mode of communication, which is just inherently hard to use for an extended period of time. And if you add to that special needs on attention, I was just wondering what we do there. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I thank you for that question as well. So yeah, it's certainly one that we get from families as well, and along with some other kind of executive functioning organization, things of that nature. So we do have a set of resources that we started putting together actually last spring, and some of those are specific to families and students. Some are things that students can do on their own. For example, some students might set a timer on their phone that just triggers them to like re-engage, right? So there's things that or a stop on their watch. There's things that kids can independently do that are actually great life skills for longer term, right? Things that will help them if they're knowing. So we can start to work on some of those pieces and get those out there. So so there's things that kids can do. We've also been contacting and working with, this was an ask we put into actual Microsoft about for teams, is they could have some kind of alert that comes forward, right? That said like, hey, are you still focused, right? I personally would appreciate that. I think sometimes my attention can wander. So I think there's some things embedded in the technology too that we're asking to have, like what kinds of accommodations and accessibility tools can be embedded within the technology to enhance that on a daily basis. So that's my initial answer for you on that.
All right, thanks, Heather. That's super helpful. We've got a few more board questions. We're at about the time that we said we would spend on this. I'd like to put another 10 minutes on the books so that I think that we have a few more questions from at least 3 board directors, if you include me. So I'd like to put 10 more minutes on this, and I think that there is a place that we can recover some of it. So any objection? Great, then I'm going to move to my other question. I'm focusing a lot of my questions right now on equity and making sure that all of our students, especially the ones who are often marginalized in different ways, are really getting the services that they need and that we're figuring it out quickly. So I really appreciate all the thoughtful answers that Heather and her team have for addressing this. On the economic equality and racial equality pieces, we talked about making sure that grading is something that we've put some precautions in, and I didn't see anything here and making sure that we're assessing that right from the start that the grading is becoming more equitable. Also, we talked about the assessments, making sure that we're doing just-in-time assessment of where the gaps are so that kids can stay learning at the right grade level. But the execution on that is tricky. So how do we make sure that we're supporting teachers and recognizing right from the start if some of the methodology might end up resulting in grouping of kids in ways that further increases or solidifies gaps instead of does what the just-in-time type of assessment is supposed to do, and that is to enable the kids to make those leaps of catching up when there's a gap in what we've been able to succeed with them on. So those are a couple of them. I see the student surveys, I'm excited about that, but on the grading and the assessments piece, how are we monitoring that right along the way? I'd just like to learn more. Dr. Duran, is there someone who can take that question?
Yeah, I think I'll ask Eva to address it, and John can address the grading. Oh, there, John's on already, so thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, board. Thanks for the question. So on grading, as you know, there's an advisory, a grading advisory team that's about to be formulated with the stakeholder representation. And one of the purposes of that team is to support the implementation of the practices that we put into place this year. So one of the things that that team will be doing is soliciting input, feedback via focus groups or surveys from both students and teachers about the implementation of the practices that we put into play.
Can you say a little bit more about objective data in addition to seeing if teachers feel like it's working out, like seeing if there are actual, like, are we going to look at gaps in grades? Are we going to look, how are we going to make sure that that's playing out the way that we hope that kids are succeeding and not getting marginalized?
Yeah, and you'll see that in the annual plan that is something that we've put into place in this iteration of the annual plan. You're going to see in a bit.
Yeah, so in addition to monitoring the implementation, which is new, like you said, and it's going to take some training for our staff, and particularly at the building level with our building leadership teams to be overseeing that. And so training and support, but ultimately what will the outcome be? And the whole purpose of, well, there are two big purposes for changing our grading practices. One, so that it is more reflective of actual learning versus compliance or some other things that perhaps aren't related to the learning outcomes. But two, to be more equitable. And if that's the case, we should see a change in GPA, for example, for our students in secondary, right? That we should see that if this is truly having the impact that's intended, which I think is going to take some significant training as well and support, because what we could see is just, yes, it reflects learning as described by the teacher, but there's still such significant bias in the instruction that, yeah, the students are still not learning to the level. So we have to be sure that we're including that part in our training of the purpose of this change in practices. John, did you have anything else?
Yeah, the other thing I would add is we've been talking about assessments, and now that we've got a system of assessments that we're about to implement, another thing we can look at and should look at is alignment between grades assigned at quarter, for example, and proficiency on end of unit assessments in math and interim assessments in ELA.
Thanks, John. That actually sounds like a great thing. It would be, if that's something that you do decide to look at, it would be great to add that to the progress monitoring updates that the board gets in this area. All right, so the only other question that I had, and then we'll jump over to Francine and Carolyn's questions, is we know that a lot of our affluent families are creating learning pods so that their kids have like sometimes a teacher or a tutor or an adult who sort of takes a few of them and takes care of them, shepherds them during the course of the remote learning period. Is there anything that we're doing with our community partners to offer opportunities for things like that in that folks can access if they don't necessarily have the means or the knowledge of where to access such resources to help enhance their remote learning experiences in the same ways or in similar ways that are appropriate to whomever each individual is.
Yeah, I would say the only one that we've had a lot of connections with Boys and Girls Club, who is doing, some childcare for many of our students and families, so I know that they have already started some of those processes, and, we have, been reaching out to some of our community partners. We have a meeting coming up with one of the partners, Rainier Athletes, for example, to talk about some of the things that they're doing, other supports that they could provide. And then some of our other community partners are still in that process of pivoting from some of the basic needs that they were meeting, so there's still opportunities for us to have some deeper conversations. One of the things that we just finished up wrapping up with, as you know, when we made the change from our support of our community development, we had a number of contacts that we're running through, one person in our organization. So we are, if you will, reassigning who point people are for our community partners. So we'll be having some follow up with that. We just finalized that list on Monday. And so we will be having some deeper conversations with our partners to, hopefully provide more supports to our students and our families.
Thank you, that is helpful. All right, Carolyn, you've got a question to clarify the reopening timeline, and then we're going to go over to Francine.
Okay, yeah, oops. Yes, I just looking at slide 14, I just noticed that it's not, we know what we're talking about, but it's not, we're not 100% clear with some of the family members or community members. So we're saying that on October 6th is about where we said we'd re-examine what was everything in 6 weeks. So that's that date, the re-examining date. So when it says hybrid plan detail and projected start date, it doesn't mean that the projected start date is October 6th, or does it? And
no, it does not. It means that that we hope to understand the impact of a holiday weekend, Labor Day, on infection rates in our area, because we want to give time for that spike to either come to fruition or not. And then we hope to be able to have a projected start date for us to move to block 3. Okay, and so we would just move to block 3 first, which would be K through 2nd grade, 5 days a week. So that would be the first step that we would take. And then we would make sure that everything's in place, make sure that we're not getting cases of COVID all over the place, make sure that our protocols are working well before we would move to the next block 4. So we're not even going to say block 4 will start on X date until we see how things go with that first block of K through 2nd graders coming into our buildings on a daily basis. So that's kind of, we want to go slow to go fast. We don't want to go fast and then have to go backwards, right? So the goal is to just keep building and going up those stair steps or those blocks. So so we hope, so by October 6th, we should be able to say, here's how we're going to transition, here's our projected start date, and then move into that, and then give you guys an update on the 20th if we did go into hybrid, what that's looking like, what's happening there, and then going from there.
Okay, I just want to be able to tell community members, look for October 6th to find, don't expect more answers exactly until October 6th when we'll have some reassessment.
Yep.
Thanks, Carolyn. That's a great clarification. Francine, can you jump in?
So mine was similar along those lines, but I guess to further, if we're going by these little bricks here. So we're in the yellow brick zone, and we've talked about bringing in students, and my understanding was there were some students receiving special services already coming in this week. And so within this block, so now that you've said that we're waiting to October 6th to even decide on a date, that does seem to be pretty far out when there are students who and their families who either need or wish to have services that would better support their remote learning. So what are we doing in terms of the guiding questions and reassessing to perhaps bring in more of those groups in this yellow block time? So whether that is even some of our youngest learners are students who may be struggling, maybe weren't identified in a particular category before, but at the school level, they can really see that those students are struggling and need additional supports. Are we doing something actively during this time to really support students? I feel that October 6th is a long ways away still to then even begin to say that at that point that there will be a date considered.
So a couple of things. The first is special needs students will start next Monday. We've already started ECAP preschool. We will also be starting special needs services preschool in 2 weeks, I believe. The multi-language learners, which is another priority group for us, the month of September, we are doing assessments. We have 800 kids that we need to assess where they are on that scale. So then we would start offering services to multi-language learners who are emerging immediately following that assessment period, which we're in the midst of right now. And then I know that we are targeting homeless students and students with incompletes. And Patty, I don't know if you guys have a timeline on that at this point. And so kind of that's where we're at this point. Eva, do you have more information, or Patty?
The one, Patty can add to that, but the one other part I'll add, Francine, is, and this is something I think we have a meeting coming up with King County Health and on Friday, I believe. I think we have something coming up, but it's a question I think we're going to have with them, because I know in one of the calls that I had with other superintendents and PSESD and Patty Hayes was on from King County Health. One of the things that they were talking about in their guidance was, one, to be more frequent and provide more information to us. But as we start to bring, if you will, waves of students back, that we have to have time to bring those students back. And there was even discussions from like this wait for 14 to 21 days until we bring the next wave back. So I think that's kind of the information that we're kind of working off right now, but it's one of the areas I think we can get more clarification from our health departments to help guide that decision for us.
Okay, it's just that we do have ways where we can mitigate risk. We have the childcare model where we can bring back students, and it just seems that I understand from a public health perspective, it's my field, that the rationale that you're presenting, and yet it does seem to be extended in a way that means that we're missing an opportunity to serve students and support many students that we could potentially be providing more support for at this time. And it seems there are already flags in the data that's presented that we're seeing students slip off, and this time is crucial to get them off to a good start. And it is different than the spring in many ways. And so I would just urge the district that I understand the idea of going slow to go fast. However, I think that if we go too slowly, we really miss an opportunity with these students. So that's one. If somebody wants to respond to, I just do have one more thing on the class size, which is a question of whether students and families are being alerted to the fact that they might change. I know this period of time has been really focused on trying to build connection, especially for younger learners, and even our middle school and high school students, building that community within a class, and to then disrupt that. I'm not sure that many people are even aware that how big the classes are necessarily, and that they are at risk for being taken out of those classes.
So I think, Patty, can you cover the high school?
Yeah, I think it'd be great, Patty, to the one about especially McKinney-Vento and the students doing with the eyes. The other part I'll add, Francine, is that I do think your point is good, because I do think that, with the plan that we have in place for the monitoring with the teams is going to be really, really important for us. And again, this is something that we're doing very different from last year, to have point people and every ability to be that champion. And I do think in that process, we will start to identify, again, through that case management lens, like if students are having particular issues or challenges that we need to address in different ways. So I think that's going to be really important for us, so we're with you on that in terms of really making sure that, we're tracking that much better and ensuring kids are getting the right resources. Patty?
I'm sure I'll address the I grades, and Heather Edlund and McKinney-Vento. For the I-grade students, if you recall, at the end of the year, we landed with about over 600 and close to 700 I-grades, and we did a lot of work in the summer. So when we started the school year, we were down to 255 I-grades, and some of those students, their plan is that they are taking the next level course, and then provided they're successful in that course, then it resorts back to the A grade. So we also have a group of students that the plan was just to complete some small pockets of information from that content area. And that's the kids that we're focusing on right now. We already have our grad success coaches working with them virtually. They are coming back for in-person instruction the beginning of October for those that we have not yet closed that door for the grade. But we're actually making significant progress with those kids already on the I grades virtually. And they're being really responsive, and we started at 255 and it's going down dramatically already.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. So board members, at this point, I'm gonna wrap it up here with a few comments, give us a break, and then we'll go on to the next agenda items with some modifications on the agenda. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to ask as a follow-up that not necessarily answered now? Is there anything you'd like to add?
Okay, I just remembered there was some kind of talking that amongst parents of my acquaintance about what will happen when people sign up for hybrid, and then at the last minute they just don't want to send their kids when the time comes. Do we have a plan for that?
So not every class is full at virtual nor in hybrid, and so there's some room for some movement. It can't be all the kids in hybrid moving over, right? Because there is capacity limits on both sides, but there is some room on both sides as well. But it will require them to change who they're in class with and who their teachers are.
All right, thank you. At least there's an answer, so that's good. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. I would like to say thank you not only for the presentation deck, but for this thoughtful discussion. Clearly, attention is being paid to the quality experiences that our kids are having. I'd also like to call out, I really appreciate having the diagram and the predictability, the understanding of how we're going to move. I think that that's something we've been missing, and I'm really excited to get that posted for our families. Thank you for putting that together. Lego's kind of fun. And then for the slides 29, 30, and 31, I know they weren't presented tonight, but I would like to note how much I appreciate the work going on there, because those are the slides that are really digging in deeply to the guiding questions about how are we going to know? What is it we're looking for? What counts as a quality experience or outcome for our kids along the way and in the end? And how are we going to monitor that? And I just want to make sure that's something that's being finished, and that'll be used to guide the reports that are going to come to us moving forward. Is that the plan? Can I just have some clarity on those slides?
Yeah, that's definitely part of the plan, and we put that together because I think one of the questions that we were having as we were doing some of the annual plan work was, you know, how are we monitoring our annual plans work? How are we monitoring our return to fall, you know, goals and plans? And in many cases, in return to fall has some really good goals in it, but a lot of them also are some strategies too that we are doing. But we wanted to make sure that we're keeping track of that. So yeah, that is actually a document that is, I wouldn't say it's done yet, because I think it's going to probably be something we're always evolving with. And you know, at some point we'd be happy to share that with the board, because I think one of the big next steps in both the annual plan and even the return to school fall plan is just really making sure, again, that not only are we watching those outcomes, but really clear around what that success will look like, and that we're monitoring that and then adjusting that, you know, based on the feedback that we're receiving. Thanks for calling that out. Appreciate that.
Awesome. All right. So this is great. We are at a point where we're supposed to take a break anyway. I'm going to make a suggestion and ask folks to mull on it over the next 5 minutes, and then we can decide when we come back. Our annual plan has had some really rich updates made to it, but they came in pretty hot. So we've had some updates made that we got over the weekend, and then we have another robust set of modifications and updates made even today. So based on that, we may want to give some time on our October 6th, or I've lost track of what day it is, but the first October meeting agenda to closing on that annual plan. I also was thinking the other reason, we can still talk about it tonight. We'll go through the highlights, get questions out there, feedback, but maybe we don't need to drive it all the way to completion, which means we could recover some time in that section if we needed to. And the second reason I'm going to propose that is because after the annual plan section, we're going to go in and unpack our equity and accountability report, which is a really deep look at how things are going across our district in that space. And I don't know if there will be any tiebacks that we want to make any minor modifications or have minor questions that would tack onto the annual plan. So I think it's really important that we have that annual plan tonight, but I wonder if that's where we might recover some of our time tonight and also have an opportunity to digest that more fully, because this has been a pretty robust effort put into that. So that's my suggestion. Please mull on that. We will be back here at 6:10 p.m. to continue our meeting, and we'll decide what we're going to do with the annual plan discussion at that point. So we're on break. Okay, if board members can just confirm in the text, in the chat box that they're back, we will go ahead and start again. Okay, well, we definitely have a full quorum and we've gone a minute or two over, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started again. So we're returning to item 5 on our agenda, which was supposed to be completed at this time, but we're just starting it at this time. So I think what we're going to do is allocate about half an hour for the annual plan discussion. We'll get about 10 to 12 minute summary from Dr. Duran and his team about what's in that, what are in the updates, what are some key things they want to notice. Then we'll have about 20 minutes for the board to ask questions or note things that they want to explore a little further. And then we'll wrap that up and we'll bring that one back for consideration of more of a vote and a finished product at the October meeting. Is there anyone, any board member who wants to note that that could be problematic? I did check with the superintendent during break and that seems like it is agreeable on the staff side. So board members, any concerns about that? Okay, so that is the plan, and then we'll proceed to the equity and accountability report, which I've really been looking forward to discussing. So here we go. Dr. Duran, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll kick us off and maybe have Eva add on to this if we want to. We'll try to keep it short. So again, just want to start first off by thanking all the board members for comments and feedback that you've given to us. You know, we took them and we made some adjustments, you know, so I think I'm not exactly what version we're on, but the latest versions we definitely have put in there are yellow. And we made one slight change prior to right at the start of the board meeting. So you may need to refresh just to get that latest version, but all the changes most recently are in yellow. We have spent a lot of time in conversations as a team and really thinking about, do we have high quality outcome based goals, and are we ensuring that this is driving the right work and the experience that we want for our stakeholders, and followed up with really key things around data, best practices, and most importantly ensuring that this plan is reflective of serving our students who are furthest away from educational justice. So we believe that we have this. The other thing that we did, as Christine mentioned earlier, we made some cross references to some of those commitments and some of the pieces that we have put in place, and that's something that we can definitely share at another time around how we've made some of the connections between our annual plan, the return to school planning, and even the equity and accountability report. But at a really high level, we got some feedback recently on the annual plans. We went through, made some changes. In particular, I think the highlights are ones that we're still may have some work to do is in the area of grading. I think that's probably one that's a highlight for us in terms of some of the work that we need to potentially change there. We also know that we had lost a couple of places, like for example on Golder 2E, some specifics for grade 6 through 9. We did add that back in, and we've different feedback that we received, but that we originally removed it because we only focused on the students who needed tier 2 support, but that is definitely something that we are still tracking and monitoring. So that's one that we, easily were able to put back into this document. We also went through to add some more information into goal 4 around the schools, and adjusted some of the data inside of there. So we made sure and have that information there. And then again, we spent time on our tier 2 goals to really ensure that we are focusing on some of the right work and the right activities in our different departments in those areas, and all that is highlighted in yellow in terms of the adjustments that we made there. Eva, what else would you add at this point from the changes that we made?
No, I think those are good highlights, and you know, taking into account the feedback, we want to thank you for the feedback that you gave to us, and it's really helpful. And you know, it's more helpful when we have the conversation and we can hear from you versus just, you know, in an email or written feedback isn't always really clear, so we can't have that dialogue. So we may not have hit the mark, so it would be good to hear from you. And then if there's other information, Dr. Duran, that you want me to share, let me know.
I think it's good for now. So I think, Christine, that's we can open up to questions that we've had. You know, again, a lot of feedback and conversations with different board members about this. So happy to take, you know, other questions or clarifications that we need at this time.
Terrific. One of the things I just want to call out and appreciate is that there's a little bit more specificity added to this one, a little bit more focus on the real outcomes and how we're going to look at them. And then the third thing that I really appreciated and noticed was clear attention about how we're monitoring subgroups and not just saying that like the average is good enough. In our work to serve each and every student, it's so important that we have ways to really think about each and every student. And I appreciated there were many, many places where that was clarified, and I appreciated the work to do that and the thought that went into how to do it. So thank you for those things. So board members, additional feedback. I know you haven't had a lot of time to consume the changes, but you may have some questions or some bits of input that you'd like to put on the table now. As Eva pointed out, like in the past, you might have sent some email, but you might not have been able to have the conversation and get clarification. So now's a great time for those questions. And Carolyn, I think we ended with you last time. Do you want to start this time?
No.
All right, we'll come back to you. That's fine. I think Seema's camera might be on, so maybe we'll jump to her.
Yeah, sure. So I was actually going to, I was toggling between two versions because I was talking about yellow, and maybe I had the older version that I was looking at green. So I'll just go based on something that I think is worth noting. I will second the comments that Christine made and just ask Ivan if you would maybe, for the benefit of other board members as well as those listening, maybe talk a little bit about our offline conversations around, I think, two topics. One was around just ensuring that, I think my words, that we meet the moment and we do what we've talked about many times in terms of ensuring that our curriculum, it's reflected in the Tier 2 goals, really reflects like the collective history of the U.S. And I think there's particular focus there, but also I'm interested in hearing around literature. We've talked a bit about that offline. Not all of that could be spelled out, but I wondered if you could give the benefit of others some context. And the other thing I thought was worth flagging was just a more clear timeline and approach around SROs. So I appreciated both things and wondered if maybe you wanted to speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak to them, and we actually may even have some of our curriculum developers on if we want to get into more details. But I just want to first address, the work under, especially this is really with our goal 3, which is really about, what we talked about, the really part of our strategic plan goal that really comes alive around our students being able to really, demonstrate and show us, about what global competency means, what does being racially conscious mean, what does it mean to be, really culturally responsive in those areas. And so from the conversations that I've had, we spent a lot of time with our curriculum developers really understanding some of the wonderful work that's gone on in the area of curriculum. And I think throughout the process, I know even Christine, Dr. Chu has asked a question oftentimes around what's kind of like our timeline for revamping our curriculum. And so I was able to have a really good conversation with our developers in order to think about, how are we changing our curriculum, across all of our grades from elementary, middle school, and high school. And so, we have been able to do that in a number of our courses and really think about how we are decolonizing history, how we're really providing multiple perspectives, how we are honoring, time memorial in terms of people that have always been here, for many, many years. And so we have done a lot of work in that space. I think the other part that's important as we think about some of the curriculum work is that, as we were talking about some of the work that's going on, even though it's tied to our goal 3, a lot of it is about implementation. A lot of it is about strategies that we're working on. And so with the revision of policy 0150, we're going to have the opportunity in board meetings to have much deeper conversations around our changes to curriculum and the pieces that we've done in those areas that I think will really benefit, not only I think all of us in our community as a whole to really understand some of those changes that have gone in place, but we've added so many different things from the multiple perspectives, different times in our history to really ensure that we are telling history from an accurate set of depictions from the past, and really changing some of the narrative oftentimes that is, his story being written by people who were the the conquerors of different time periods. So that has definitely been some really rich work that we've done in that space. Does that hopefully capture some of that? I think Melissa from the or Seema from what we've talked about. Yeah, and the other part that I think that that we are having some other conversations, I think even in this space around our overall K-12 social studies curriculum, is that the rewrite of how we are affirming student identities and even cultivating more of that global awareness and cultural competency. I think we still have some work to do in that space. Even with the task that we created, there's already been some revisions to that task for goal 3. So I think that's going to be important for us to really be thinking about that. But as we add to our curriculum, bringing in authentic voices, the relevant voices, and really ensuring that it's still done at a really high, rigorous level. So I think there's a lot of things that we've done in that space that is very important. We can share that with all of our board members, as we start to share some of the implementation work, and then also ensure that we're sharing this at a much broader level with our community. The second question around the SRO program, thank you for that also. I think just a quick follow-up for the board and our community to know that, I had a follow-up, we've had a number of different groups that have petitioned the district, for removal of our school resource officers from our school, and even in some cases to sever our partnership with the Bellevue Police Department. And most recently, I had a conversation with a student group representing Eastside for Black Lives Matter. I met with them on Saturday. Met with 3 of the 4 representatives of the group and had a really good conversation with them. And one of the next steps that we have now is to create what I'm calling an advisory group to put together a plan for how we really want to reassess and plan for what the SRO program is going to look like. And that is something that I do not want to be done, just by the district. I don't want police, our city of Bellevue police doing that. I want that to be done in collaboration. And so the students all agreed to be part of that advisory group and to be part of these conversations to think about what we can do to reassess and then really determine what we want the program to look like. I have a meeting next week with the city police, with the Bellevue City Police, to talk about some of these next steps, and then we are working so that we can actually have our first meeting with this advisory group by the end of September. And so that will be one of the big things that we'll have in place, and really look at the parameters of the SRO program and think about what are the changes that we want to have, and I think more importantly, but really identify what is it that we want it to look like, so that we ensure that we are supporting our students' safety and well-being in the best way possible. And my timeline that we have in the annual plan is that we will have this plan fleshed out by the end of December. And if the return to school moves much sooner, it could actually even accelerate that. But really looking forward to having those conversations and having community input, which will be made up of our students, community members, school leaders, and of course the Bellevue Police to be part of that to shape what this is going to look like.
I'd like to thank Seema for raising those issues, and I'd like to thank Dr. Duran for the changes that you made in the plan. I too appreciate the change on the timeline and on the focus on the SRO evaluation and really evaluating what the right program is to keep in place, because I think we've had a very determined push over the last couple of years to get focused on getting results for every student, and not just for doing things that seem better, but for actually getting results for folks. And I know it takes time to get those results, but we're starting to see some of that pay off. And I think that kind of thinking needs to go into all of our programs. And we definitely need safety in our schools. And we definitely need to look at that from the right perspective. How do we meet those needs? And what are the other needs that that program might be serving? And what's the best way of serving those? And I really appreciate the thoughtful changes and adaptations and the listening to the community voices to bring them into this conversation so that we do the right things for all of our students and get the right programs in place. So thank you so much. And I also want to note, Seema highlighted the curriculum piece. We have a curriculum goal for 3 grades of history lessons, but we have a pre-K through 12 curriculum in all different areas. And we don't have a strategic plan goal that's centered on that in particular, but we do have commitments in our equity space. And so I hope that we'll also, you said some of the curriculum folks are here tonight, we might want to think about digging deeper into that particular question and that item when we get to the equity and accountability report. I think we've got a great annual goal here. And I think that, as Seema pointed out, this is a pretty big question. So, and I appreciate Dr. Duran having everyone ready to talk about that. Seema, do you have something you want to say to?
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to say, and I don't know that this requires a discussion now, but I mean, I think you're touching on this, but you know, as part of the creators of Future World, like an important piece of that is, I think, to ensure that children have from their youngest start the ability to have discussions that allow the framework for the kind of open cultural awareness and openness that we're shooting for in middle school and high school, i.e. let's have those cultural competent conversations at an age appropriate level, but let's think about what it looks like from the beginning of school all the way through. So it's not a shock to your system when you're shifting to a mode of talking about things that can be challenging or that challenge notions that you have because you've developed that competency. So I think that's already on, Dr. Duran, I think that's already on your mind, but I just wanted to call that out.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Dr. Chu mentioned too, that this is part of our overall, I'm going to say P through 12 system that we have in place where we're bringing this information. So it is not anything that is new or shocking at different periods.
All right, that is awesome news. And I'm glad to spend a lot of time highlighting it because it's just such an important piece of what we're doing. Francine, do you want to jump in with some questions next?
Sure. So overall, I'm just reviewing these changes that are in yellow since they just came through today and how they align with the comments that I had. And so I'll just echo, I'm glad to see, we asked for a few months ago to disaggregate the information on the safety and security by our subgroups. So it's good to see that that's there. And then echo some of the other comments. It was concerning when the last change we saw was to create an SRO program rather than assessing the program and then accelerating that timeline. So that section looks like it had significant changes and appreciate that. Some of my other comments are ones that just continue to be there. I will resend them. They're small things about the data sources that will be used for these. I do have one question in 2B, which indicates that students will be assessed if they are in school in the May-June timeframe. Does that mean that students who are in the remote learning program will not be assessed, or how will they be assessed? So if that could be clarified, it just seems we're missing quite a few students in that area.
Wait, let's hold there and let's actually get an answer to that, and then we'll come right back to you and take more questions. So okay. What goal is that if people are trying to follow along?
That would be 2B.
Great, thanks.
Page 5.
This is Naomi. We will only be using STAR as a measure of proficiency if students are back in buildings. We can't use remote STAR for that purpose.
So how will we assess students if we're not back in buildings, and or how do we assess the students who will not be back in the buildings, even if other students are?
There are a couple of different ways we're considering doing this, and I want to reiterate that plans on this will change based on what our experiences are this fall, figuring out what works and doesn't work for assessing virtually. But some of the ways that we're thinking about doing this are with the adaptive software that we're using with Freckle, Alexia, Alex.
That might be something then that we want to cover when this comes back in October. If we could identify any of the places where we're going to have trouble doing the assessment, if we have kids who are remote. I didn't notice a lot of places that called out, but I'm glad Francine noticed that one, and there may be a few others. If we could call those out and talk about how we'll address those, that might be smart and helpful. Francine, do you want to keep going?
Yeah, I think I'll need to review the changes to the section on students receiving special education services a little bit more. I think we've expressed pretty clearly our concerns that we want to make sure that students are actually engaging with the material, that there's universal design for learning, so they really are able to access the learning rather than the areas that they are in. And it looks like we're moving in that direction with the assessments, but we'll need to look at that a little bit further. And then for goal 5A, I have a note here about how we will provide additional supports, really, to make sure that what we're measuring in our family engagement survey really reflects that families truly feel informed, supported, and empowered. So it looks like there is an effort to increase how informed families are, but not an effort towards supporting and empowering them. And I'm wondering, just to hear a little explanation about that. Is it just we're targeting one particular area, or what the rationale was to just not work on supporting and empowering this year?
Right,
I can chime in on that. And so we, amidst the COVID timeframe, we feel that it's vastly important that we are doing our very best to ensure that families feel that sense of informed, and knowing that we want to keep families in the high level of supported and empowered arena in which we surveyed last spring. We're going to put forth some efforts to, at minimum, sustain, and we will be doing these efforts throughout the year to make sure that families get what they need in order to feel the ways that they at minimally expressed that they felt in last spring during our survey, but knowing that COVID is really going to impact some of our people's experiences, as well as remote learning and hybrid learning. And so support is going to be very difficult to sustain at 65% average. The same thing we figured with empowerment as we're launching into a brand new system of how we do school. And so our thesis was around the fact that we know that we need to really uptick this information that is being received by our families, and all of our families that historically have not received information very well from us, our district, while simultaneously putting forth efforts to, keep the pace with what we've done thus far with supporting and empowered.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation. So it might be worth putting something in there just to really highlight that the survey data was, the baseline is pre-COVID, and then that's the reason. So I understand what you're saying. Of course, we want our families to feel supported and empowered. It's just reading it this way, it doesn't reflect that as strongly as it could potentially. And then overall, I'm going to look at this one more time. I feel like some of the really acknowledgement and emphasis on remote learning and being in this COVID times isn't as reflected in this particular annual plan. And so, not only are almost all of our students in remote learning right now, but a significant portion of them will continue to be most likely for the year. They've opted for that. And so really trying to call that out, or ensuring that we are really monitoring and supporting those students as well. So I'll take a look at that further, but if there's any thoughts or comments on that, I'd be happy to hear them.
Yeah, I can quickly comment on that and just say that again, the preview that you saw in the return to school presentation, I think it was slides 25, kind of gives you a little bit of a preview around how we have merged the annual plan and the return to school plan together with the goals. And so this let us do a little bit more work on that, and we'll share that with you so you can take a look at it. But I think it's a really good indication around how we've been able to merge the two together and keeping track of that, knowing that, you know, our annual plan is designed for this whole year, and our return to school plan is designed for us to, you know, obviously start the year off and then, you know, do the transition, you know, based off the health things that are there. So that's definitely something that we have been tracking as an internal document, creating that, and we'll be able to share more of that with you very soon.
Great, thanks. So that covers for now, Christine, especially if we're going to be revisiting this again, and then being able to see how those areas are merged in will be very helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Francine. I completely agree that there are a few places where it's still a little bit opaque as to how we're going to monitor and make sure that we have a very clear shared set of expectations, not just with the board, but with our community, with our staff. Make sure we're all on the same page about what really matters to us. What are we paying attention to in the return to school place? So there are even little things, right? Like I really appreciated an added goal in the technology section about making sure that the kids could access the technology and the not just the technology, but the actual learning online and happening when it is and when they need to. And I do wonder about like the nature of our assessment. Like, is that something that they report that their problems were answered, or should we have goals that are really around what we care about, which is that 99.999, you know, our 5 nines sort of deal % of the time we can access learning? And are there a few other areas where we need to have some shared expectations about what we're driving for during this time? So excited to see that come forward. Erica, do you want to ask some questions or share some thoughts on this annual plan revision?
Sure. I have one question that hasn't been covered yet. It's not a specific target. It's kind of a general part. We spent a lot of time talking about the way we were going to measure the absence of our usual state tests. Because you know, we didn't know whether those were going to happen. With Betsy DeVos coming out 2 weeks, there would not be waivers for federal tests. How does that impact these plans moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Erica, and it's probably one we're still even wrestling with, you know, because we on Kenny, I think it was this call that I had with OSPI a couple of weeks ago, you know, that question has still come up from many superintendents across the state around, is there going to be a waivers or something that's going to be in place there? So I know there's still some advocacy and work from different groups, not only at state level, but on national level, to still possibly consider doing a waiver in that space. But for now, I feel like, you know, our goal that we have in place, you know, we'll definitely will be doing everything we can to ensure that we're supporting our students. But I think one of the key things that we have in place this year that is, I think, very different from our previous years is the assessment plan and the assessment approach that we're taking this year. I know for me personally, this is probably, you know, one of the strongest areas I think of our plan that we've put in place so that we can really ensure that we are assessing students, knowing where they are, meeting them to the grade level standard, and try to, you know, accelerate or develop them as quickly as possible. So I think that is going to really pay off a lot of dividends for us, because the more that we can do those assessments, the deeper that we're able to understand the standards and then think about what do we need to do to support our students in their next steps and challenges. So all that is aligned to the standards. And so if we are really able to execute that assessment plan at a high level, I believe it will, you know, still, benefit us, you know, for the state assessment. But I would say that I do think that, you know, we know that there definitely has been some learning gaps over this time period, you know, and so I think that's one of the concerns that, you know, many other, you know, district superintendents and myself have right now around, you know, how much is it, you know, so we'll start to gain some of that information here and some of the assessments that we're going to start to do this year. So I think as we go through this time this year, we'll probably be able to give more information to you about that and how our students are doing meeting the standards up to this point.
Thanks. Erica, do you have any follow-up on that or any additional questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Carolyn, we've got a few minutes left. Did you want to come in with some questions?
I have one thing that I'm going to be apologetic about raising it because I think I might have mentioned it in a different context a year or so ago and then forgot. But one thing that stands out on this annual plan is that in all our splitting of groups to try to make sure we're hitting each and every student, we don't look at gender. And I know, the big three are race, gender, and class. And so we do look at low income, we do look at race. And then, of course, being educators, we look at ELL and special needs, but we don't look at gender. And it just seems to me that for many of these goals, safety, I mean, we don't know because we don't even know. Yeah, gender and STEM work was where it came up before, but maybe there's a difference in how people's sense of belonging, maybe there's a difference in their use of technology, or maybe all of, all the girls are doing well in English and the boys aren't, like that's a stereotypical thing, but, we don't know because for counseling, for CTE, for grading, like does one, and so if we added gender, we would also be able to do non-binary and transgender. So we would have to, we wouldn't, I mean, people who know more about this than I do could figure out how that would look, or if we have statistics in any of these things, or if we could get it. But I'm just thinking that might help us make sure we hit each and every student.
Yeah, I would say up to this point, we haven't had any conversations in that space around adding, female and some of our other groups into it. We do have it identified in the career and technical education, which is a continuation from last year. And I know that goal was developed because when we did look at our data, that was definitely an area where there was some real big gaps between, students, especially our females and especially our females of color, and how they were participating in, the CTE and STEM courses, so that's one area where we have a focus. I think it's a good conversation for us to have, but I would be a little, I think we'd have to do a little more research in this space too, especially considering, the LGBTQI plus community and how many of our students identify and don't identify, and so we don't want to be making any judgments in there. So I think we'd have to do some deeper research in that to understand.
And how to ask the, male, female, non-binary. Get input.
Yeah.
And I don't know how easy it would be to just flip that switch and start having that data, but I just, that's why I'm being apologetic for not having brought it up all along, but I was just reminded of it by a community member.
And I would just say that I would say, with what you're currently seeing in our annual plan, and I would say even the large part of our strategic plan, when we did our data analysis, from the very beginning of what we were trying to do, I would say that, the whole factors around race and the intersectionality of language and poverty, really were the things that really stood out the most. So that's really what the basis of that all really came to. Not to say that there still could be other issues or gaps that could be there for, the female and other students that identify in other ways. But I think that's where the original of this came from. So I think we'd have to, again, just have deeper conversation about this space.
But even if,
and looks like Naomi also had a comment.
And I was just going to say, Carolyn, I don't want you to think, though, that we don't look at the gender data. We actually do. So when we disaggregate by all kinds of subgroups. Where we have seen persistent large gaps over time are the 5 subgroups that we're naming in our strategic plan, but we do look at all those subgroups. And sometimes we don't see a big gap perhaps at the district level, but a school will see it, maybe at that level, and they are addressing it then when they see like, oh, it looks like that our girls aren't, or let me give you like participation, for example. It looks like we don't have a lot of boys participating in our elective dance course. Let's dig deep into that and see what that is about. And so schools will do that at the school level. We haven't done it at the district level only because when we looked at that data, it's not as glaring as the 5 subgroups that we picked out. So I don't want you to think we're not looking at gender. We absolutely do. We look at gender. We look at all of the subgroups, but it hasn't been the one that has popped up at the district level. But there have been cases at the school level for sure.
So have we looked at it for safety and sense of belonging, feelings of safety? those
I
kinds
think
of
we did
issues?
look at it for some of those things. Carolyn, I wanna appreciate that you're bringing this topic up, because I think it's been a while since we had the conversation about how we chose, how we settled on and how we agreed on in the strategic plan what to focus on and why to call out certain subgroups. And it was a data-based plan, and that is the reason that gender was added back in for STEM and for some of the areas, because there were places that we did see some of those gaps. We also have heard from our, I want to just make sure it gets in the record anytime there's a comment from someone on the side, that we've heard from Naomi Calvo, one of our data experts, that we have very few students on at the district level who are registered as neither male nor female. So it would be challenging to do a lot of disaggregating public reports on that. It's something that the district can look at and we can pay attention to, but because that becomes quite identifiable, especially if you start breaking it apart by school or grade, that there are some issues with that. So I think it's something we
an asterisk like we do with some of the other groups when you don't have enough. It could get personal, so you don't have to fill it out. But I'm just wondering. So I'm glad to hear that everybody's looking at it. But I'm wondering if there's a way that we can track that you're looking at it, you know, so that we know that you're looking at it.
My understanding was that's why we do the full disaggregated reporting, so that is always available to us to see, but that we set our goals around the focus areas. So you should get disaggregated reporting that includes all the groups you're talking about in general, no matter what. And so that will flag for us if there's something that has become a bigger issue or hasn't been tended to. But I think that the goals versus the reports, I think the large reports are a little bit more expansive than just the goal measures sometimes.
I just don't
and
want
maybe
to
we haven't been as attentive to that, Carolyn, in those reports as we could or should have. Maybe that hasn't been included, the gender. So we will be looking at that more and make sure, and you will call us on it if we miss that. So thank you.
Thank you. I just don't want to lose the thought, and I would hate to think that, you know, some group of kids is feeling like they really don't belong and we don't know it, you know, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Great. So I think that the follow-up on this one is just to make sure, I want to check in, Carolyn, to make sure that the reports, when they do the general disaggregation of data that's presented, that all of these pieces are there so that we'll be able to spot things. Is that the general
extent that they have it, you know, I can imagine there might be some instruments that don't collect it, you know.
So Ivan, is that something that's generally planned and we can follow up on, or is there an issue there?
I think it's one we're going to have to, you know, I think dig into it a little bit deeper. I think the female part of it, I think, is not a problem at all. I think we can definitely do that in the reports and stuff like that. But I think in terms of other groups, I think to Naomi's comments in the chat, you know, with only 12 students, you know, in the district registers, neither male or female, you know, it's a really small size, and we do not want to be, you know, calling out students in that regard. So I think it would make us, again, think about what other ways that we could do that. But for the female portion, I think it's definitely something we can do.
Well, the higher level goal is to just make sure we include everybody, however we get there.
All right. So I think it is interesting that a large number of our comments were really focused on how we're tending to each and every student. And it really demonstrates the shift in commitment and focus at all levels of our system right now, and making sure we really are serving each and every kid that comes into our system, and that's a part of our Bellevue School District family. So we're getting ready now to shift into our equity and accountability report and unpacking that with our staff. Board, is there anything that's left off on the annual plan? Some, you know, small comments or whatever can go directly to Dr. Duran and the team, but anything you want to raise in this forum? Okay, I want to thank everyone again for the annual plan and all the work that went into it. I do agree that the goal around the grading space needs to be a little more deeply explored and articulated, and there's probably a few other things in here, but this is an enormous testament to the work that's been done, and it will be great to see how this folds in with the back to school planning and the equity work. So with that, I think we'll shift gears. We'll go to our next item, and that's going to be our equity and accountability report. And I want to explain what this is to our community so you understand. We have a policy that is our equity and accountability policy. It comes with the requirement that once a year, we take a broad look at how we're doing across the district, across efforts, and across a set of commitments that we've made in that equity policy to advancing equity and the experiences of the kids in our district who have often been marginalized or are furthest from educational justice. So this is our chance to look at it. Obviously, equity needs to be built in, like it is right now, to our annual plan. It needs to be built into our back to school assessments. It needs to be built into everything that we do. But we want a time where we just look at just equity really deeply, really broadly. And that's what we have here. And I think what you're going to see is where we've got some traction in the district on actually changing the culture and the focus, and even a little bit of traction on getting some results for changes in what kids are experiencing and how well they're being served. And we also have a lot of opportunities to continue this work as we go forward. So we're going to hear about that tonight. And then in October, we'll hear about the commitments that we're making, the targets that we have this year to advance the commitments, because each year we refresh the targets, but we're not going to refresh them tonight. Tonight, we're just going to talk about reflections. So Dr. Duran, with that, do you want to introduce things?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. And thank you for that introduction. And I think, this has been a really substantial piece of work for us to undertake. And I think your context, Dr. Tu, is really good because I think it goes back to our equity and accountability policy and the work that we did. And I think just even take it even larger, on my screen at home, I have my laptop and I have my big screen on my desktop is our vision and our mission and our values, and I think what we created, a few years ago, 3 years ago was so important to really drive, where we are right now, knowing that, our vision and the language that we use for our mission, we were so intentional around those words that we created because they really wanted to really ensure that we were focusing on each and every student and really supporting our students who needed the most support, and so this has been, a work in progress. And I feel that, I think especially in our work that we've done here as an organization, as a school board, as a school district, as a community, we've come a long ways in a short amount of time, and we still have a long ways to go. But I know when I look at our vision, our mission, our values, and they still, deeply inspire me to keep pressing on and doing everything we can to ensure that we really do make that vision come alive for every student. And so this report is really designed just to, as you said, just to take that moment, on a yearly basis, say where we are. This was the first time that we did it, and so it was a very complex task at hand. And so really grateful for many people who gave us feedback on this, because I think initially we kind of did it as almost as like a literal, what do we need to report on? And then just through some of the feedback that we had, we really shifted it to really go back to that time where we just have to celebrate some of the work that we've done, because, this is not being done in every school district. It's not being done, throughout our nation, and I really do believe that we are really setting our mark in terms of what we say we're going to be doing and doing our best to do it to support our students, especially those furthest away from educational justice. So thankful to the Equity Advisory Group. They gave us some good feedback in the beginning of setting this stuff up. The C's committee, serving each and every student, has obviously provided some feedback to us, and really appreciate that. And really just want to shout out John Harrison and Shamari Jones for some of their real deep work on this, along with Melanie and Eileen Harity for their work and overall team, because everybody has just been contributing to this and thinking about this. And this is not one person's role. It's not one department's role. It's all of us that have to come together to do this work. So I want to just start with just hitting on some of the results, and then John and Shamara are going to chime in on some of the reflections and recommendations. But we set this report up so that a person that, may not have a lot of time can read through the first few pages and really just see some of the things that we were able to accomplish in this last year. And, highlighting, that, the COVID-19 experience really changed our focus, and we had to do some really quick pivoting to really ensure that we were supporting our students and families in different ways. So I think if you scroll up a little bit on that, Mike, for us to go to the first level of results, I'm not going to speak to these all in detail, but scroll a little bit more, please. Thank you. But you can just see from some of these initial pieces that we put in here, you know, this is something I think that as an organization we have to be incredibly proud of some of the ways that we were able to make some of these shifts happen and support our students in so many ways. And again, this was such a collective effort across our entire community that it really allowed us to be able to do some of this work. I also feel like, you know, we spent a lot of time, you know, in the springtime trying to, you know, support our students with a really clear focus on our seniors, and then trying to support other students. You know, we learned a lot during that time frame, and you know, even though we had some high levels of engagement, you know, it wasn't the level of engagement we wanted for all of our students. And so, you know, we have learned from that experience, and we were able to build upon that this year. But again, it's something for us to really be proud of as an organization, to really do everything we can to support our students. Please slide up. And then I think just the final part I'll hit on, and then I'll just be able to slide this over to John and Shamari to add more. But when you think about our focus on equity, you know, we really did do a lot of things here to, you know, support our students, you know, with advanced learning, and to really support our students, you know, who needed more supports in those areas. We did some amazing work in our title schools, and really from a budgetary standpoint, from a strategic standpoint, and from a goal standpoint, we really did put our money where our mouth is in terms of committing to equity and ensuring that our students who need the most support, and our educators who need, you know, additional supports for our students, you know, furthest away from educational justice, received it. And so again, these are just designed to do some really highlights around some of the great work that we've done in this space. And again, I just have to emphasize that this is a collective effort, and we want to continue to do that. John and Shamari.
I just quickly wanted to add an input, and thank you, Dr. Duran, for that overview. This policy work has been incredibly supportive of our entire organization and sort of global BSD community, really getting aligned to what the practices are that are essential for what the families have told us as inputs into this particular policy. And so now we have a very unified and galvanized message, as well as procedure on how we want to get the things done in service of those students and those families who have reported these feelings of not feeling connected to our organization. So I'm proud of the work that we have done thus far. We, as Dr. Duran stated, we do have tremendous amounts of way to go in support of ensuring that we are serving each and every in a way that leads to an equal experience. But we are certainly well on our way towards that particular goal, and we'll consistently continue to include the voices of our students and our families in service of making sure we're on the right track towards this goal.
Hey, Mike, could you just scroll up a little bit? And Shamari, don't go away here, because the next piece here on the screen really speaks to kind of one of those cultural shifts that we've made over time. And I think especially since the advent of the adoption of this policy around work with our stakeholders, and particularly our students. So Shamari, if you wouldn't mind just kind of hitting on a couple of those highlights that are on the screen right now around the work that we've done to solicit stakeholder voice, particularly the voices of our students.
Thank you, Mike, for making that just a little bit larger. That's very helpful. So, throughout the course of a school year, we have multiple touch points of engaging with youth, young people, and their voice. Not to exclude the fact that we also survey and ascertain voice from families and staff community as well. But our students are really our key stakeholder here in this space, and ones that we want to ensure that are involved so they can help to steer the efforts of our organization. So we think of a couple of overarching things that we do organizationally to ascertain that voice from our students. And some of you all have been very aware of in the past 4 or 5 years that we've rolled out boom and shout efforts. We have a profound SOAR movement that happens in many of our schools, and even has replicated itself into spaces that we didn't intend for it to be, like elementary school. We have an onslaught of elementary schools, Sherwood Forest, Cherry Crest, others that have really stepped up to the plate and ensured that we had younger people in this conversation. We have Black student unions and Latino student unions in some of our schools. And we're emerging into other leadership opportunities that are really pulling our kids together. During the COVID timeframe, we've seen an uptick in student groups, especially post George Floyd, who are really making sure that they're bringing that voice to the table in concrete ways that explain to us what the challenges are that they're facing with their experiences here in the Bellevue School District. So it's really an exciting time presently to continue to create this base and platform for students to be able to give us what they got so we can do what they need.
Okay, thank you, Shamari. The next piece that I want to cover are the reflections that we've come up with and the recommendations moving forward. And I think this section is really, for me, kind of the heart of the report, because it really kind of identifies, you know, kind of what we learned and, more importantly, where we need to be. So, Mike, if you could keep scrolling till you see where it says reflections and recommendations. And so that first piece, there are reflections, and there are 5 reflections, 7 recommendations. And that first reflection really kind of talks about the acknowledgement in the policy that there are inequities that many of our students face, and that as a community, as a district, we really embrace our responsibility to address those inequities. And really, over the course of this past year, we believe that we've laid a pretty solid foundation for increasing our equity and the opportunity that we have to build on our progress and refocus moving forward. The second reflection really speaks to one of the things that we learned over the course of the year is we didn't really have a through line that connected the commitments in the policy and connected them to a vision and outcomes. And so we really recognized the critical need that we need to do that, as well as communicate our vision for equity in a way that's relevant and connected for our stakeholders. That third reflection is really around how equity is rooted in the values of our district. And that's pretty clear. And we really have, I believe, experienced a culture shift. We've normalized conversations about race. We're comfortable talking about it. But there was really kind of a bit of a disconnect between the policy and the everyday work in schools. And there's room for improvement there. And there really needs to be a clear connection between the policy, which is kind of the why, and the work that our schools are doing as defined in the annual plan and the school improvement plans. And then the fourth reflection is around this demand for racial justice was really amplified and accelerated this past spring. And we're operating in this dynamic environment, and these current events, things that are happening right now across the country, really demonstrate that we need to be nimble and flexible and adaptable and make adjustments in real time to make sure that we are continuously driving towards equity outcomes. And then the fifth reflection is really around the piece that Shamari kind of talked about with respect to stakeholders. We had a lot of metrics embedded in the commitments that called for stakeholder feedback. And even though we were intentional and we've had opportunities and we've really sought that stakeholder voice, we really need to be more formal and intentional and create structures for family, community, and student feedback and collaboration as we move forward. And then the 7 recommendations, really quickly. The first recommendation is around the role of the Equity Advisory Group in helping us to set equity goals and outcomes and set an agenda for themselves to commit to the work that advances our equity outcomes. And the second is around the district commitments. And we really see an opportunity here to concentrate our focus and embed the commitments. And Dr. Duran's talked about that, and so has Dr. Chu already this evening, to embed those commitments from the policy in our most critical work defined in the strategic plan and our annual plan measures and targets, and most importantly, and contain that within the reporting framework. The next the next recommendation is around communicating our commitment, and we've got work to do here to make sure that we clarify for stakeholders what it is that we're trying to achieve, and that we clarify how stakeholders and schools in particular, and staff can support and should support the equity and accountability policy. And then we really need to communicate our approach and commitments to stakeholder groups. The next recommendation is around critical criteria, and it's really impressive, the critical criteria that we embedded and fleshed out in the procedure in January has really been emulated kind of across the region. Lots of other districts are looking at what we're doing here. So the idea here is that we take what we learned this past year and we get really clear and launch a template so that we have consistent documentation of internal critical criteria reviews when we look at new programs and initiatives. And there's a training component for all of us, whether it's the board, the district, and school leaders on using these critical criteria. And then really importantly, we need to incorporate the critical criteria in both annual plan and school improvement plan processes. The next recommendation here is around a commitment to staff learning. And we really need to focus here on committing time and resources to developing staff members' individual learning and building their skills and commitment towards this equity work, understanding history, their personal biases, etc. Specifically, we've got work to do in providing training and support on reporting, investigating, and communicating and accountability processes around incidents of racism or racial tension, and identifying those expected behaviors that we cannot and will not tolerate. And finally, to build out, and this has come up a number of times this evening, building up professional learning on culturally responsive teaching for Bellevue School District teachers, administrators, and teacher leaders. Recommendation 6 is around engaging students, and Dr. Duran talked about a student advisory group around SROs. We're recommending that we have a student advisory group that will collaborate with Equity Advisory Group, ensuring representation from students furthest away from educational justice to inform our work for engaging students moving forward. In other words, let's work with the students in terms of what does student voice actually look like. And then secondly, work on developing some training and support for students on them understanding how to report incidents of racial discrimination or tension or other discriminatory actions. And then finally, stakeholder feedback. And, you know, again, throughout the policy, there are references to capturing voices from across our community, especially voices that represent the students that have been marginalized and experience barriers. So one of the things we need to do is identify specific stakeholders who will give feedback, how that feedback is captured, and how we're going to communicate response to that feedback. That feedback loop is really important. And then really be clear about developing a comprehensive stakeholder engagement plan for equity and accountability that's integrated into our district's larger stakeholder assessment plan. So at that point, those are the, you know, the kind of the high level overview, I think, of the most critical pieces of the report, the first, 11 pages. What follows is lengthy. The entire report is 72 pages. It represents many months of work, as Dr. Duran has alluded to, and many people on at this meeting tonight have contributed information. Procedure 0130P actually defined what the content of the report should include, and the rest of the report kind of goes through those required pieces that are in the procedure. But again, I want to really acknowledge the C's committee in particular for helping us understand that this report on equity and accountability is much more than kind of the clinical approach of this is what we have to report on, to really capturing the essence of the work that we've done this year, the successes that we've had, and the work that we need to do moving forward. So thank you, and we're happy to engage in conversation and answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, John. I appreciate the walk through the report. As Dr. Duran recognized, this is a very big body of work with a lot of pieces to it. So I think one of the challenges we're going to have is getting tighter in some ways about how we talk about what we've accomplished and what we're focused on doing next, because we really want to rally everyone behind being a part of each of those efforts. But I think this is a tremendous first step in kind of setting the stage for how do we talk about this. So I think what we'll do is we'll just go ahead and take questions and comments from the board directors, and then we can go from there. So thank you so much for this comprehensive look at things. I think maybe, can we start with Erica this time?
I would actually prefer not to go first.
That is fine. No trouble.
Thank you.
Francine, are you up?
Can you? Okay. So, yeah, so I want to acknowledge all the things that are in the report, and thank you for taking us through it step by step. I think there are a lot of things like meeting essential needs, engaging stakeholders more deeply, changing policy and procedures to incorporate equity into the fabric of our systems. So not just simply a lens, but that ethos, that commitment to our values in the everyday work of educators and then in the experience of students. But I think there were also some missed opportunities, and I'm wondering if we could talk about that some more. They came up in the reflections, but it seemed early on in the report we could have highlighted more our ongoing work and response to the increase in awareness and advocacy for equity in our community and nationwide. So COVID was mentioned, but there's been a huge spike in advocacy since the end of May, awareness for equitable treatment in our society. And so, you know, how are we supporting educators in conversations with their students? How are we supporting students through lessons or directly? How are we acknowledging the inequities that continue to exist despite our efforts? And then how are we celebrating the successes? So we talked about in the annual plan that progress that's been made with the curriculum. Like we've been making progress on the US history curriculum, decolonizing it for the last 4 years. And that's bringing in multiple perspectives. And there was a survey this past spring, and our Black and Latinx students reported the highest positive scores by 20 points or higher compared to other demographic groups. And that seems worth mentioning in this report. And then finally, while there's a section on students receiving special needs services, and now there's one mention of LGBTQ students after I asked about it, I think these students and others that have been historically marginalized, or like our McKinney-Vento students, they're not really represented in this report. And I think that's either a missed opportunity or something that needs to be looked at to really ensure that we are addressing equity across our district. So I had a couple of questions in there, but I just thought that in the reflections we had some mention, but is there a reason why it wasn't featured more prominently in the report?
What, Francine, can I clarify a question? When you said when it wasn't referenced more prominently, what are you referring to?
Well, just so you know, this report either spans to the end of the school year or till the end of August. It's not exactly clear, but we've had a huge spike in advocacy and awareness from our community, from our students, and the district put out a statement on Black Lives Matter, and none of that's brought up into this report. So it seems like, but we mentioned COVID, and so I'm wondering why that wasn't included. And then again, some of the successes that we have, right? So I think there's both, we had made a commitment to our community to discuss and acknowledge where we are not doing well still, despite our efforts, right? That there are ongoing, just continued areas where families, students, educators feel marginalized, that our system still has inequities, but we're making progress. But we did commit that we would acknowledge those. And then we have been doing work and really to emphasize some of that more. And then what I didn't see in the report was the work that we are doing. I understand, although I hear people asking for more on how are we supporting those difficult conversations in the classroom? How are we promoting that? So that wasn't really mentioned. Again, the successes regarding how we are making progress on decolonizing the curriculum. We hear that call for that over and over and over again. And it's something that's been going on for 4 years. And as we put in the annual plan, has actually has amazing data associated with it. It's not brought up in this report at all. And then that third area was, I think there are some areas that weren't mentioned in the report hardly at all, of student groups, members of our community, our BSD community, that aren't acknowledged in this report. And I'm wondering why not? Is there a commitment to addressing that for the coming year?
Yeah. I mean, so I'll see if I can answer the question. I mean, one of the challenges in writing the report, of course, it's a reflection, back on the 1920 school year, and we did learn an awful lot. And I think kind of prior to COVID, with EAG in particular, we're starting to really hone in on areas where we can really make a difference for some of our student groups that are most marginalized, and you've mentioned a couple of them. So the procedure required us to report on those, what I'll call equity related aspects of the annual plan, but we didn't really have the opportunity to identify clear outcomes and strategies to achieve those outcomes. And the one that you mentioned, I feel that your question about how are we supporting teachers in having conversations about race. I think in these, as we approach the election, these conversations, there's, I think, greater opportunity to have them. And one of the things that we are doing right now, and again, it's not fully developed yet, which is why it's not in this report, is basically working with and providing support and training and resources for our teachers to have these conversations, and for our administrators to support teachers in having these conversations with kids and with families. So I accept this good feedback that there may have been some missed opportunities, in the report as presented.
Yeah, I think the other part is that, we do, this report was designed to be our work over last year. And so again, as we started this report, we literally went from just what the policy and procedure have for us in that, so it really became, let's try to address all these different areas. So that's what we definitely, worked on trying to do here, to really capture some of the successes that we've had. I also feel we did capture on the section that Shamari covered, the student voice and way, especially, towards the end of the year into, May and June, we started seeing some of that, student voice coming out in very different ways that, I think it's something that we've had in place and we've promoted, for a number of years. So it wasn't necessarily something new, but I think what is happening, across our country has definitely spiked that and really put more urgency to it, and really calling us to more action on what are we going to do, what kind of stands are we going to be taking, what kind of commitments are we going to be doing to further make this work happen, what are other areas that we're going to be learning. And then in your question specifically about the curriculum, we did include that under the commitments, and we specifically try to call out what the work that we did over this last year in this area. And I think earlier the conversation I had about the annual plan work and the areas that we're working on, I think this area around curriculum is something that we still need to spend a lot more time promoting and really helping our community understand all the different work that we've done in this space. So I think it's just areas that we can improve on, but we do call that out, and I think it's on page 33 of the report, where we do talk about the wonderful things that we were able to do, including ways that our foundation was able to support us. We're adding more resources in our younger grades, and the way they're going to continue to do some of that, but I definitely feel like we can continue to add more.
So I think just one part to Francine's point is, if you look under the district commitments in the policy, commitment A is that The district will adopt curriculum and teaching and learning strategies that leverage, reflect, and affirm the unique experiences in social, racial, cultural, linguistic, and familial backgrounds of our Bellevue school district community. And necessarily one of the things that we did was to try to come up with an annual goal for an annual target for what piece of that we would accomplish, because obviously we're not going to suddenly transform everything in one fell swoop. So I think that the space, Francine, for the forward march on this, not for the retrospective that you're calling out, but for the forward march, is to make sure that in October, when we come back with the metric for this year, that that metric may include a couple things. It may be where we're going to make specific progress this year, as it's already articulated in our annual goals. And it may also include something like articulating a broader, longer range plan, so that we have clarity around what our priorities are and what comes next, or something like that. So that those commitments might be a place for us to get a little bit more traction and to get some shared expectations around what we're going to cover in these. Ivan, is that consistent with your thinking, or John?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so, because I do think that, you know, again, this is first time we've done this. You know, this policy is relatively fresh for us as an organization, you know, and I think if there's areas where we're missing out on supporting, you know, all of our students, so we absolutely want to do that, you know, because we have done a lot of work to support, you know, some of our LGBTQI plus students, you know, and, you know, we have affinity groups from them in our schools, you know, and so those are areas where I think we can definitely add on to that. So, you know, we may have missed some of that, you know, in this report, but know that it's work that we do and that we, you know, support all of our students and, you know, who they are and how they identify, but, you know, also what they need to be successful, not only in our system, but also in society as a whole.
Yeah, so it would be nice to see it, and I'm not sure what we're going to do formally with the report as a board tonight. And so whether it's this report or the next iteration, it was nice to see that there was kind of an attempt at an executive summary, but it would be nice if it kind of encapsulated more of those points really crisply, and it was something that was intended for broader consumption, so that it was written in a way that more people could read it and understand the things the district is doing and where we are. And so we recognize that there seems to be a difficulty so far in communicating or understanding some of the things that have been done, and this was an opportunity to be able to share that. So just
so I
feedback.
just want to pause there because I feel like you're kind of really speak to, because I feel like those are some of the things that we really try to do, you know, especially in the initial part of the information around the results. You know, we may have missed some pieces there, you know, but know that again, you know, as we looked at the policy and procedure, you know, I think those are things that we need to do. And, you know, I think in working with the C's committee that came out in terms of how do we make this more digestible, you know, but definitely things that we need to do, because again, we're doing a lot of work. We want to make sure people understand that work, and, you know, we have ways to definitely improve, you know, what we're trying to do in that space.
Yeah. And I would say one of the, you know, that recommendation about communicating what it is, you know, what is our vision for equity, what are the outcomes we're working towards with the broader community. I also believe it's important that we report out in a much more succinct format than a 72-page report, what we have in fact accomplished in our equity work this, you know, this prior year. So appreciate that feedback.
All right, let's keep the conversation flowing. Francine, the thing that you're calling out about making this consumable and really giving folks the excitement about the things that are happening and in our district was something we really wrestled with, and I think time constraints were part of the issue, and also the fact that this is the first go. So there were iterations that were done for that, and Carolyn was an exceptional champion for talking about the need to have a consumable end product. I'm not sure if we quite got it with this exec summary or what have you, but I don't think we have to think of this as an end, because I actually think communicating about this work is something we need to be able to do over the course of the year. So maybe it is a forward march that we can address. I don't think we need to just, it's not all or nothing on the report. Maybe we can practice it throughout the year. So with that in mind, Seema, you've got your video up. Are you ready to chime in?
My comments might be shorter than Carolyn or Erica's or yours, but I just wanted to say I think this is a moment to celebrate, because I think it's a really I know that there was a lot of work that came into this, and I think I agree with much of what Francine said, but I want the meta message to be one of gratitude and celebration, because I think this is a really important moment. And I think what Ivan said at the beginning, that there's a lot of school districts that are going to be looking at the work that, you know, John and Shamari and Ivan and members of our whole community did to make this happen. And I was really pleased when I saw recommendation 6 about engaging students. I also thought recommendation 7 about, you know, identifying with more precision who are our stakeholders. I thought those were, I was pleased to see those, particularly I think engaging students, because I think that will be, you know, one of the most impactful voices to have. And I actually have to say, I agree with the ability to have a, you know, a portable executive summary. I think when that's like 1 or 2 pages, really succinct, but I have to say, I like the hyperlinks. I just want to say, I thought that was a nice way to, you know, jump through. If you're going to give a 72-page document, that was really valuable to me. So I liked it. So I would just say overall, from my standpoint, I think it's a moment to celebrate, and just wanted to say congratulations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Seema. Awesome. So let's move then to Erica.
Yeah, I don't have much to add beyond what Seema said. Looking at the reflections, I was really struck by the number that applied to our work as a board, particularly our committee work. And so that's sort of where this really hit home for me. And I don't really have any questions beyond that, but I really appreciate all of the time and effort that went into this. And I will echo what Seema said. Thank you to everyone for their incredible hard work on this.
Thanks, Erica. Let's move. Carolyn, do you want to share some reflections or questions at this point?
Yeah, I know one technical point, which is just a technical point, is I'm looking at this where we have the reflections. I'm trying to get back to it so I can say the exact thing. We say, I'm scrolling. No, it's recommendations. We have recommendations, and then we have recommendation 1, 2, 3, and then we say recommendation 2, for example, district commit. Well, that's a bad example, but recommendation, and then we use the word like the superintendent will, or for 2021 we commit to. So is it a recommendation or is it an actual commitment? That's kind of just a technical question around the wording. You know, recommendation 4, critical criteria of evolution, we commit to. So we're committing to our recommendations. So that's just a wordsmithing thing. And then the other thing is, as I read it, I keep envisioning, you know, the different audiences, and I'm thinking like, who is the executive who's reading the executive summary? And that executive has already read the executive summary. But what I'd like to do is, I keep envisioning some kind of a flyer or something for the broader community that is just really got like, here's what we did and here's what we need to do, and acknowledging that it's not, what we need to do is ongoing, not just, you know, 1 more year, but like lots of more years, just so that those who aren't paying attention could, their attention could be brought to this. But I also anticipate that if you know, there's going to be people who like it and people who don't like it, but I'd like them to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would just say, I think that's a great suggestion that we can consider, and I think even thinking about something we may even be able to turn around quickly here to do some kind of how we're going to communicate this stuff, you know, and I appreciate even your last comment there, Carolyn, because I think it really just speaks to, you know, that, you know, I think we've done a lot in the district as a whole, you know, over the last 3 years to bring people on board with this work. And, you know, but I think we've always said, you know, that, you know, we know we're not going to get everybody, you know, in complete agreement with everything that we're trying to do. And, you know, I think it's so important for us to always remain, connected, collaborative, working together, and really following, and doing the things that we say we're going to do.
And I also like, it is just a request, but I think I'm not alone. Francine might be on it with me, and she might know more. But I would just love to know, like, another flyer of what are those changes to the curriculum? Maybe as regards, the 5 core areas for, depending on how you think of it. But we have social studies, but French. We adding something about Francophone speakers in the Caribbean, or I don't know, more stuff, or math, culturally sensitive math, like just some bullet points. And so that, I guess I want to go around to the community and be able to say or point or email or, say, here's what we've got, and we've got it. We just don't know we've got it.
Thanks, Carolyn. I think that's a really smart thing to be articulating. I think that's what Ivan referred to a while ago when he said that I've been asking for a few years to get some kind of articulation of our overall vision for what we're trying to accomplish and what we're doing and what our plan is for making our curriculum truly culturally reflective and relevant and embracing. So I think we should, as I said, push for a potential commitment this year to include some overall articulation of what that overall plan is and a sort of marker of what parts of it are already accomplished. Because I think in addition to our goals, we've reviewed some curricula and updated certain things, and there's actually been a fair amount of work done over the past 3 to 5 years in this work. I know Patty was spearheading some with novels and other work, so it would be great to be able to articulate that. And Shamari has a comment on the things that you were talking about, so I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from him.
Mute.
You're mute.
Oh, darn.
That's too bad.
Oh, his connection is bad? Oh.
If you type your comment into the chat, I would be more than happy to have one of us read it so that everyone can hear.
That's frustrating.
Yeah. John, while he's typing, do you want to, oh, the other thing is, do you want to pull your headset off? Would that help? I don't know. Sometimes the mic on the actual machine instead of the headset, like if you unplug the headset, the machine audio might work. While we wait for that, John, you had your mic off. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. All right. So Shamari can, and then we'll go ahead and get that read out. I'm so sorry that we've got a tech issue on that. But Carolyn, did that cover all of your comments, or were there any others that you want to make?
No, I think I'm good for now. I think the report followed the guidelines that we gave it, which is why it is the way it is. So we just need to think about that's one audience, and there are other audiences.
Yeah.
Excellent. And to that end, the Cs committee has committed in its work plan to updating the procedure that goes with our equity and accountability reporting and policy. And so for the reporting part of that, staff will be making some proposals about how to get that focused, and we'll include some pieces about having a consumable piece for our community. And I don't think that this is a done deal. I do think that there's communications moving forward around this. So I think, as Ivan pointed out, we can actually find some communicatable pieces here.
We could include a measurable goal, like reduce the content by 40%. I'm kidding.
I mean, I actually think that the deep content and the fact that we had to comb through all this had a lot of value.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure that our community needs to comb through every bit of it. It's good to be transparent with them and share what was done. But like the look here was looking at the experiences, the outcomes, the feedback. The only comment I want to make that goes beyond things that we have talked about, and I think it's just an extension of something we've already worked about, is about engagement. For me, one of the things that I think, and maybe this is just to build on what Erica said, is when I looked at the reflections and when I was trying to evaluate the board's commitments with Carolyn and figure out where we had excelled and where we had missed some things, I think the place that was a struggle consistently was knowing what it looks like and how to define engagement. There's feedback processes, there's collaborations, there's inputs. Engagement has a lot of pieces, and I don't think we've quite yet nailed what it looks like to have an always engaged culture with our community, and making sure that all voices are elevated and at the right times and in the right ways so that we really can serve all our kids. So for me, that's one of my lessons and learnings that I'm trying to figure out how to apply to the board work that we're doing in terms of engagement. But I really appreciate this, and I just echo Seema's sentiment that this is a celebration. It's a lot of good stuff. So a lot of work was put into it, but a lot of good, it reflects the work that's been done. And I think my biggest celebration in the whole thing is the elevation of voice. Student voice and community and family voice have really risen. And as I noted in our C's committee meeting, sometimes that's because of a lot of the programming and work and nurturing that Shamari and others have put together. And sometimes it's despite the culture or the programming of our district, because we've upset folks and they want to speak and be heard. But I think the difference that resonates for me is that all ears are listening, and the district as a whole at all of our levels are tuned into hearing those voices, and we're trying to figure out how to use them to do the work that we're doing. And for me, that's one of the biggest celebrations. So I'm really excited about that. So that all said, I'm going to read Shamari's comment. He says that while, oh, hey, you can read your comment.
I turned it off and turned it back on. Technology doesn't always work for me. And so I was saying, like, let's, continue to celebrate the great achievement of passing this policy and all the stakeholders who were involved in the policy development and creation, in particular the Equity Advisory Group, and thinking about how we continue to do this. Since this was our first year with this report, it would be fantastic if we consulted with the stakeholders who were the key folks in helping us to understand the needs of our community and ensuring that we are on the right track with, synthesizing what it is they'd like to know from us in this report. I think that'd be very helpful.
I think that's spot on. I mean, that's actually who's in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about my synopsis or summary.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So I think that's a good place to sort of land. Bottom line here is we've got a lot of good things in motion. We want to carry it over into next year's annual plan work, like the core work of the district and the work to return to school. And I think there's a plan for that. So let's keep moving. Let's work on, maybe as a follow-up item, finding some way to communicate and share this work with our community so they can tap into and be part of it as well and celebrate and further advance it. And I think otherwise, many, many thanks to the Equity Advisory Group, to Shamari and John and Melanie and Eileen and Ivan for their work on getting this report out and doing all the work, but also to everyone on staff, our students, our community, our families who participate and have contributed to changing the way that we think about all kids in our district, what it means to serve each and every kid, because we are listening and we are changing in good ways. And I am grateful to all of them. So thank you, everybody. So that thanks. So that takes us, I think, to board business. And we're going to start with a DAC. This is just an administrative thing we need to do for the Disciplinary Appeals Council. We're required to appoint the staff at the beginning of the school year and maybe the parent rep. So Patty, do you want to just present that really quick to us, or someone else do it?
Yeah, it's Patty. It's Patty's 36th wedding anniversary. So as much as she's enjoyed spending some of that time with you all, she's off to celebrate with her spouse. So we've got Mike, or Jen on this on the. I believe the names are on the agenda. There we go. So can you make that a little bit bigger, Mike? Thank you. I appreciate that. And just scroll down a little bit. Just scroll down, yeah, right there. So appointments for administrative representatives on the DAC, Disciplinary Appeals Council, and administrative representative affiliated with the district equity, community engagement, and/or community development departments is a requirement under policy 3241. And because so these appointments happen at the beginning of each school year, no later than the second meeting in September. So here we are, and for your consideration, we are recommending that the certificated administrator for DAC for 2020-2021 be Renee Barut Del Fiero, who's the assistant principal at Odell Middle School, and recommending that the alternate be Tom O'Connor, one of the assistant principals at Newport High School, and Tom has served on DAC for a number of years. And then also putting forward in terms of the rep for district equity, community engagement, and community development, Shamari, who's been wonderfully representing this department for a number of years, put forward recommendation of Shamari to continue in that role. And the alternate be Gargi Tritchell, who is in Shamari's department. So those would be the recommendations for DAC reps from the administrative side for 2020-21.
Thanks, John. I would like to make a motion that we approve the DAC nominations as stated in the board materials and as read off by John. And I'd like a second, and then we'll take a
second. This is Seema.
Great, thank you. And does anyone have a question or comment about this before we vote? Okay, all those who are opposed to approving these, please state so now. Anyone opposed to approving the DAC nominations as stated? Okay, the DAC nominations are approved as stated. Thanks, John. And thanks, Patty, for getting that together. And then now we're going to move to item 8.15, which is what we added at the beginning of the agenda. And this is called to the unique circumstances of COVID, wildfires, all of the things that are very disruptive right now in our environment and making it harder for people to get out, to get their vote, to get all sorts of things taken care of, and also the importance of an election and how we're supporting it. And I'm hoping that in addition to, Seema is going to make some comments, and I'm hoping that Dr. Duran will have a moment to share some of the things that are happening at a district level to support teachers and instructors and making sure that our kids and our community are really well supported during this election, and so that everyone feels like their voice is okay to be heard and that they feel safe and supported, and that we have ways to make sure everyone gets a chance to vote and participate. So Seema, do you want to raise this issue here?
Sure. I mean, I think I'll offer my standpoint, and I think it's worthy of discussion and maybe consideration. And one proposal I have is perhaps between now and our next meeting, maybe the district come back with what they think is workable. But what was top of mind for me was just that COVID creates a challenge around voting. And even though our state is largely mail-in, when you add the environmental factors, and particularly COVID, we know that adds extra pressure and challenge. And so two things came to mind, and I know there's just another point of view that I think Ivan will touch on, which is how can we support students in the discussion around elections, which is a broader societal just question of the moment. If we just focus on the practical need to focus and support people's exercise of their right to vote, it turns out that our board meeting, for example, is on election day, and we know a lot of staff and administration put time into those meetings. So a question is, if we were to move our board meeting, to enable it and to make it easier at a time when there are already so many stressors to voting, what day would we pick? And then I think if we extend that notion, can we maybe think about asking principals? This is more of a question for Ivan and his staff. Is there a reasonable way to ask principals how can we at a school level ensure that we're not adding like commitments? Maybe it's something that's an event, even if it's an online event, if it's around the day of voting or the day before, if it's Tuesday or the Monday before, that might just add more pressure to families, to administrators, to staff to have to be preparing things when maybe they want to put their time in those last minute things having to do with the election. So those are some of the things that came to my mind, and I know that there may be others that others may want to talk about. So my proposal would be maybe we put that out there. We have a little bit of discussion now, but maybe we think about it and finalize at our next board meeting.
Can I chime in with one other thing? Given that Melissa stated that we now are allowed to enroll our students who were a part of the district and who are now living somewhere else because of COVID, because they moved in with a family member, but they're planning to come back. But those people aren't at their home in Bellevue, and how can we, maybe through family connection centers or what have you, support them in absentee voting or whatever?
Great questions being raised here. I think that we have in the past, I'll just share a little bit of history with you, and we have struggled with having our board meetings on an election night, and it might be wise for us long-term to even consider making a change to our procedure 1400P, where we state that our board meetings will be the first and third Tuesdays of every month with a couple of exceptions. We may want to add the first Tuesday of November to the list of exceptions, and we may want to make an adjustment for this month for the long term. But I suggest that we handle this as a one-off for this year right now, and then we consider, like, if we choose to move the meeting date, did we like that? Would we like to do that moving forward? But this year, I'm going to go ahead and propose that I'd like to know if board members are interested in this, and I'd like to hear from the superintendent as a representative of his staff, whether or not the board meeting moving would be a helpful thing. And the second thing is I'd like to hear a little bit from the superintendent about how we're supporting in general our staff, but then also to Seema's point, is there anything that the board can do or should be doing to provide additional support in this space? So yeah.
Yeah, I kick in right away to kind of kick to Little. So I just say, yeah, we actually started having conversations about this this week, and so brought in a number of people to have a conversation around what are some supports that we can put in place. So really appreciative for a number of people on our team for raising this as an issue and concern, and we definitely going to be putting together some resources and some information that we can provide not only to our educators but to our students, and I think to our community as a whole, is to be able to have these conversations. A number of us have some other experiences, some other districts where really nothing was really done, and so there was a real big kind of shock and surprise that kind of happened back 4 years ago. So we definitely want to be more proactive in that space. So we definitely going to be putting some pieces together in that area, so we can share more of that as we get more works and plans together. And then I think as far as the thinking about, like, we can definitely think about like not having events on, I think, the day before, and especially on the 3rd itself, so we give people the space to be able to track this, because I think I think all of our elections are historical, but I think anytime we have national elections, and especially the presidential level, they're very historical, and I think they're always important for people to watch. And we also have some consideration for people that may have been part of different campaigns or different efforts, may want to be watching some of those stuff. So we would be supportive if there was a change to the board date from the 3rd to another date.
Thank you for that. So board members, could I just hear from folks first and foremost about whether or not you'd be amenable to moving the date of the board meeting? For this year, I'm going to actually propose that we consider moving it to the 4th. We can take care of that offline. We don't need to finalize that tonight, but I'm going to suggest that we just move it one day ahead so that we keep the rhythm of every couple of weeks, and we don't compound things during a very busy time or lose that rhythm, but that we do move and give some space. And I believe that we'll double check with staff, but that seemed to be a night that they might be able to work out on the Wednesday the 4th. So board members, can you each just weigh in on whether or not this is a something you'd like to move this meeting, and also if there's anything else you want to say on this. Francine?
I think it's fine. I do want to emphasize, though, with the way our ballots work in this state, that certainly you can drop them off on the 3rd, but if you are mailing them in, they need to be, it's recommended that they're mailed in quite a few days earlier to ensure that there is the postmark. And so I don't want to be sending a message of wait till the last minute either. So that's just the caveat.
Yeah, I think the only thing, Francine, is I think you're right, and that's where I don't know the numbers, but my understanding is for if there's 90% of people who have it all squared away, their ballot is in, you know, like you said, arguably weeks before, there may be someone who has a hiccup with voting and they need to go in person. And it's more, I think, for me, it was the notion of having to go in the time of COVID might mean that you need to go at some weird time and maybe maybe you have to wait longer. And so I kind of saw this as a bit more of a pandemic meets voting challenge. So I think Christine's point is well taken, that we may need to think about this going forward, but hopefully every election will not be joined with a health pandemic. But so I hear you. I think for most people this shouldn't be an issue, but I didn't know if there would be.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure, though, that we move it to, if we move it, that it is moved later, it's after, so that it's not, I want it, just being aware of the unintended consequences, right? So I just want to make it clear, we're moving it, it's moved later, and that if there's messaging around it, that it's also clear that for people who are going to opt to mail in, that that's not recommended to mail it in on that day.
Excellent point. Absolutely excellent and important point. And it turns out that since we've started putting stamps on our ballots, a little over 50% of people submit via mail, and just a couple percent under 50% submit via the ballot boxes. So certainly folks who are submitting that day, if they possibly are submitting in the last day or two, if they're able to do that at a ballot box, that's even better and a little safer to make sure that you're not worried about the postmark. Carolyn, did you have some comments?
Well, I just wanted to say that for, I don't know, various reasons, I wound up at the Crossroads ballot box drop-off box about 2 hours before the deadline at the primary, and it was so congested. They had a guard out there directing traffic and all of this. So it could be helpful, right? Because that's right during our board meeting and people would be out there queuing up to drop off their ballot.
I will admit that I sent my daughter to drive up to the ballot box during the board meeting last time to make sure it got in. So I'm one of those horrible people who waited a little long. Erica, did you have any feedback on this?
Not any further comments, no.
All right. I'm not going to make a formal motion tonight because I want to clear the date with staff. So please, when Jen will probably send out a query to the board members to verify whether or not the Wednesday following the election on November 4th will be an acceptable time to have the meeting if you're available. So please do respond to that quickly, and we'll check on the staff side. And if we need to, we'll follow up with an alternate date. We'll make this proposal formal at the October board meeting. And Ivan, I didn't hear anything from you about a need from any additional support from the board, that you guys are going to provide the resources for all of those hard conversations that folks might be having leading up to or following the election, so that everyone feels comfortable and safe to express their views and their voice, and to do that.
Yeah, and we're starting to do some scouring now to see what else we see in other places and stuff. So I would just like to say, if anybody has an idea or resource or suggestion, please send them to me so that we can share with our team as we're gathering some of this stuff together.
All right, thank you for that. We're going to move now then to and Seema, does that cover everything, or is there anything missing? Because I'm going to move next.
No, that's really it. I think the only other thing I'm hoping that maybe Ivan comes back with next time is, are there things that principals can do. I think, you know, to Francine's point, we'd like to make sure that people are moving sooner. So, you know, if Monday and Tuesday, they make a deliberate point of not piling on extra ads, it might make it easier for parents. It might make it easier for the few students for whom they may already be 18 and this is their first chance to vote. I'm just saying it would be something where I think the proposal should come from you as to what you think could work. And we would just be interested to know. I don't know that we would move to pass a resolution. More a point of discussion and support.
Great,
Yep,
and also maybe getting any information about how our community partners are supporting, helping folks get the vote out for themselves to have their voices heard, because I think that was a good question that Erica had about many people have various circumstances which make it harder to vote, especially in this time of COVID. Is there anything that we can make sure that we do to get everyone that voice? All right, thank you for that. We're going to move now to the update on board governance and reporting calendar, and the answer to that is it is all based on the annual plan, and since the updates to the annual plan were just coming in, you'll see some more on that in October. So thank you for your patience as we work on that. The one thing I'll tell you is Eileen is working really hard with the team to try to map the reports for the secondary goals, for the tier 2 goals, to all the tier 1 work, so that we can group reports and maybe have longer, deeper discussions about things as a board, and not necessarily have quick reports about everything. We've sort of lost Francine for a minute, but we will get her back. So just wanted to note she hasn't left the meeting if anyone's looking for her to comment, but she's got a technology issue. Okay, so that's it on the reporting calendar. Unless there was something else, Eileen or Jen, that we needed to get from people tonight?
No, there's nothing else. That was just a quick update to everyone.
Great, and the WASDA General Assembly is happening not this Friday, but the following Friday. Seema, do you have anything to add? I don't know that there's been any new news about that. Is there anything to put in there?
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so materials are out there if anyone wants to see them or has questions. Let me or someone at WASDA know. Yes,
Christine, John just put a comment. Is there anything we need to do with policy suspension for the next meeting?
Yeah, I think that all we need to do is get out the document that John has. He's thoughtfully whittled everything down, worked with Jeff Thomas on the HR stuff and all the different folks in the district to figure out what policies really do need to be suspended for this year. And according to policy 0220, we would have needed to get that out a good day in advance or whatever to everyone. And so we were still finishing that up. So we will just bring that to the next meeting, but it will be sent out to the board ahead of time so you can review it. Does anyone have questions or want to see anything about that right now at this moment? Okay, thanks for raising that, Ivan. I appreciate it because I ran out of time in that the back to school space. Agenda planning, Jen's working on
I have a question. I'm sorry, my computer completely shut down, so I missed the last part of it. But in terms of I see it says it's about policy suspension. So are they not suspended at this point?
They are not technically suspended at this point, but policy 0220 requires that we get it in advance. Otherwise, we need a unanimous vote. So if people are worried about it, John, is there the only, a lot of it is common sense. Our buildings are closed, so we're not going to have visitors, but the visitor policy isn't really being enacted because the buildings are closed. So I think it can wait till next time, that sort of stuff. But John, is there anything, or Ivan, that you're worried about in those 4 or 5 policies that is troublesome to have lingering?
No, well, from my perspective, no. 2 of them are personnel policies, so no. And the visitor policy, we've already made pretty clear that we're not having visitors unless it's an emergency situation or essential. So we're good there. And the only other one is district facilities. And as you all know, there are no user groups using our facilities, our indoor facilities, but we do have some. We are open for business in terms of our outdoor facilities. So short answer, no.
So the reason I bring it up though is I would like clarification, especially on the visitors policy, because it's come to my attention that while families are trying to pick up materials for their students, that it's required that the student attend. And however, if a student cannot because they are sick, they have chosen remote learning for a particular reason, they cannot be out in the smoke. There are numerous reasons why they might send a proxy. And if it's a legal guardian, even they are not being admitted to be able to pick up the materials. And so I think that it's worth really examining that visitor policy carefully, because I think it's having some unintended consequences that are concerning and interfering with remote learning, equitable access, and so other concerns. So I would want that one to be looked at very carefully.
Thanks, Francine. I actually, let's take a moment and just get some feedback from the superintendent on that. So what are we doing when students are not able to pick up materials on their own? Also, the way that I think that the materials pickup has been presented to kids, it makes them feel like they've really got to have a great reason not to show up at the time that's designated, but the time that's designated may be during one of their asynchronous learning opportunities, and those are precious opportunities, and because not every kid gets it every day necessarily. So when someone has one, we don't want them to feel compelled necessarily to be dashing off to pick up materials and missing out that week on their opportunities. So a couple things there. Is there something we can say about those?
Yeah, I mean, I think we could definitely have the school EDs add to this, but, I know there's been a lot of communication from our schools to, students and families. And matter of fact, I was talking with one of our parents over at Bellevue High School who has a couple sons there at the school. And there was a time where it's a very similar situation, and they were able to make arrangements to go and pick up the stuff because the students were in that time. So it seemed like there was a lot of flexibility there. So this is the first time I'm hearing about it being a concern or issue. So appreciate hearing that, but we can definitely address it. John or any of the other EDs, I know you're working more closely with the principals. Anything that's come from that?
Yeah, that's so. And to the school visitor policy point, the school visitor policy doesn't apply to students. We don't consider them to be visitors. I'm not sure if that's a policy 4200 issue, but it's more of a distribution of materials kind of issue in our practice. And we've basically, what it was is we provided kind of general guidelines centrally, and then each school kind of worked out their specific plan. And like Ivan said, this is the first time I'm hearing about like distribution during asynchronous time, and I would agree with you 100%, Christine, that that's not what we want to be doing. So yeah, and I don't know, Melissa's been Melissa developed the original central plan, so Melissa may have something to add.
Well, yeah, to be clear, John, like we need to make sure that the kids are spread out because of COVID, and we understand that like there's certain times that have to be used. Just want to make it clear, like that there are how to make an exception on that. And then the second thing is what Francine really raised is I think the schools are treating the parents as pickup people differently at different schools. So we might need to get more consistent about how we're going to allow adults to pick up as a proxy if needed.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. And again, this is the first time I know it came. Melissa heard about it today, so we'll make adjustments to that stuff. But I also know that our school leaders have been doing a lot of adjustments, and if we have done that, we'll do that. But I think the larger point is around the visitor policy and the work that we have in place around those protocols. Again, it goes back to health and safety and ensuring that we know who's coming in the buildings and we don't have people coming in, because again, that's going to tie into contact tracing and all that. So we are definitely happy to follow up with that and figure out where we are having some of these glitches. And if they're, offline, if anybody wants to reach out to me and let me know where there are potential glitches, we can make sure and address them. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. But I think the context that was just brought up in now too is just to be clear, like if we need to do anything with the policy suspensions right now, I think it's just set up as suspending policies. There may be we may also want to add to the board resolution something like about what our policy actually will be, since we don't have that policy, and about who essential personnel or essential visitors are, who can be present and for what reasons. We might need to provide some guidance. So good point. Thank you, Francine. And if we could just send out to the board the work that John's already done on this so that they can see the draft and send any comments in time to get revisions for the next meeting. That way it's kind of ready to go. That would be great. Okay, so that takes us to our updates. Superintendent update, anything big to put on the table right?
Yeah, I'll make it really quick. And just, I think we already heard about the survey and learning our learning community, so we started that today, and, hopefully we'll be getting some really good feedback on that. The other one we have is we have 2 informational online forums for our multi-language learners coming up. There's a secondary one on Wednesday the 16th, and then there's an elementary session on Wednesday, September 23rd. So building upon, the forums and the way that we've been able to really provide more specific feedback to some of our family members, we'll be doing that again. And then I think Melissa already covered it enough, but the expanded nutrition option for families has just been a really big thing for us, and especially our families and students, who really need that support. So really, really grateful for that, but all the online ordering and stuff is going to be kicking in on Thursday, September 17th, so families can start to do what they did in the springtime so that they can, go to one of the 7 grab and go locations. So we'll definitely be having that on our website. So quick highlights for me. Thank you.
Those are great highlights. Thank you. Let's get the board members. I'll give my quick highlight on the special needs PTSA work. I'm going to sync with that group as their liaison on Thursday this week and see how the first weeks of school are going. And for the work that I'm doing with advocacy, there's a weekly meeting with the group Francine and I meet with from East King County school board directors, and we'll be meeting with the public health officials as well this week, and the King County, some King County representatives as well. So we'll have a group there to talk, and the superintendents will join us for that. And that's all I have right now. Others?
So I'll chime in. I'll just say that I put in the agenda information about upcoming YouthLink open houses, and so very excited the work that they're doing and really reaching out to recruit students. And then just a preview next month in hopefully we'll have time for our committee reports, and in SAFE we want to bring in information on what's going on with the curriculum, especially around U.S. history, that idea of decolonizing and some of the work that's being done there, so we can really highlight that. And the other thing just to put on directors' radar via SAFE, we'd like to introduce ways to get student voice, elevate student voice potentially in our meetings by having them maybe share one thing that is going well in their schools to enhance connections, or maybe challenges that they're experiencing in remote learning. So putting together a plan where it would be a brief 1-slide type of thing right at the beginning of the meeting. So just looking at ways in this different time and how we bring student voice in and promote connectivity. So look for that next month and start thinking about it.
Thanks, Francine. Carolyn, anything? Oh, Seema, go ahead. You've got your camera on.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to. I just turned it on. Sorry. So I can just give an update on Bellevue Schools Foundation, because I gave one, I think, last time on. I can't even remember. So I'll come back to the other group that for which I'm the liaison. So Bellevue Schools Foundation, tomorrow is the first meeting of the fall, and they're going to be developing their strategy. I think one important highlight is they will be focusing on equity training. Though the entire foundation board will be doing an equity training to ensure that they are focused on how to better serve the community. And then the final thing is they are looking for someone part-time who has background in events and development. So if anybody knows someone who's committed to education and the alignment with the Schools Foundation mission and vision, recommend them, because I think they're definitely interested in having candidates. And yes, the other group I support as a liaison is Jubilee Reach, and I gave the update last time. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thanks. Carolyn?
Yeah, so I'm privileged to have been able to spend quite a bit of time with PTSA Council, and I think I reported that last time, last Monday, they had their first business meeting of the year. And I will say they're doing a lot to be supportive of the individual school communities in terms of supporting the leadership of those communities to know how to run the PTA and reach out in this online time and fundraise in this online time, or not fundraise in this online time because it might be too stressful for the families. So it's a lot of good support going on that way. And there's more training coming up. I'm looking forward to trying to, I think I'll personally go to a PTA in the law session again. I've been a zillion times, but it always changes. And so they have those available. And I also will say they had a very successful phone call with Melissa DeVito, who answered tons of their questions. And so they're very pleased with that. So I wanted to note that. And thank her for doing that, you know.
Melissa always gives the best updates.
Best explanations of things.
So I'll chime in. The Eastside Pathways Remote Learning Group is setting up kind of not an interview, but a discussion with families to ask about their experiences with remote learning and what the roadblocks they're seeing are. And that is tentatively scheduled for the 27th, and hopefully will go forward smoothly. The planning has been very exciting. I just want to let you all know, I have found online kindergarten to be going much better than I expected it to. It seems very smooth. I really am impressed with my kids' teachers with the level of information that I can find and access and help, and even my kindergartner can operate Teams, which is amazing. So thank you to everyone for all the work that they've put into this. It's been a lot, but it seems to be going quite well, at least for my kids. So.
Awesome. It's actually kind of cool to hear about the kindergarten experience. I appreciate that because it's been a while since I've had one in, and I know that's something that we've all been worried about, the younger kids. So it's cool to see them engaging. Thanks, Erica. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. And we've got one more piece that's going to happen. We have an executive session. There will be absolutely no board business taken after the executive session tonight. So we will just have an executive session meeting, and then we will come back and end this meeting officially. For legal reasons, we are required to keep streaming this live meeting with a little slide that says we're in executive session until we're out of executive session. And then we come and tell you we're out and we end the meeting. And that's just kind of how it works. So I'm going to read our reason for going into executive session, because there's only a few reasons we're allowed to do that. And tonight, our executive session is, the purpose of this session will be to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur at a meeting open to the public, and when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, the action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. So these executive sessions are just general things that we use for particular topics, and we're just trying our best to comply with the OPMA requirements so that everyone knows what we're doing. And so we will be in this session until about 9 p.m. tonight. And if we're going to be longer, we'll try to announce that here. And board members, you should assume that we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll convene an executive session. And that's it. Thank you, everybody. And we're off to executive session.
We will be in executive session for another 10 minutes or so, maybe up to 15, but we should be finished by about 9:20-ish. So I'll come back and end the meeting at that time. Thanks everyone for your patience. Hi, everybody. Thank you for sticking around. We have completed our executive session and we are ending for the evening. So we are formally adjourned. Thank you, Jen and Mike, for sticking around. Much appreciation. Have a great night, guys.